Meanwhile, someone has to keep the hearth fires burning in Rivendell's guest halls, even on the longest night of winter, when the stars seem to fall like snow. Welcome, friend. You've wandered into another quiet corner of worlds made of legend. Tonight, we're stepping into Rivendell, the last homely house east of the sea, where you tend the many hearths and fires that keep the elven refuge warm through winter's depth. Here in the valley, sheltered by mountains and ancient magic, the work of maintaining comfort continues even on the solstice night, when the elves celebrate the turning of the year with song and starlight. So before you settle in for this shift with me, take a moment to like this video and subscribe, so we can keep bringing you more tales from the ordinary side of extraordinary places. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from tonight. It's always good to know who's keeping me company on these quiet watches. Now get comfortable. Let the quiet warmth of Rivendell's halls surround you, and allow the small steady moments of this winter night to guide you gently toward rest. You wake in the small room you've been given in the servants' quarters of the last homely house, 3 hours before dawn on the winter solstice. The room is cold, the kind of deep winter cold that settles into stone buildings in mountain valleys, seeping through walls and floors despite their thickness, finding every crack and gap, filling the air with a chill that makes breath visible and skin contract. But the cold is not uncomfortably so, not the biting cold of outdoor winter or the damp cold of poorly built structures, just the neutral cold of a stone building in the mountains in December, waiting patiently for fire to transform it back into warmth. Your breath makes small clouds in the darkness, visible for a moment in the faint starlight coming through your window, before dispersing into nothing, the moisture from your lungs condensing briefly in the cold air, and then evaporating as it mixes with the larger volume of the room. The blankets pressing down on you are wool, heavy and warm, woven in patterns that the elves have used for centuries. Traditional designs of leaves and stars and flowing water, though you can't see the patterns now in the darkness. The weight of them is substantial, comforting, like being held gently by something that wishes you well, and you're reluctant to leave their warmth. You lie still for a long moment, letting your mind wake gradually, allowing consciousness to seep back into your body, like water filling a vessel, slow and steady, rather than sudden and jarring. This is a luxury you allow yourself. These few minutes of awareness without movement, a transition space between sleep and work that makes the morning more bearable. You listen to the sounds of Rivendell in the deep night, the acoustic signature that has become so familiar over 3 years that you barely notice it consciously, though its absence would wake you immediately. There's the constant background music of the waterfalls, the voice of the Bruinen and its tributaries that have shaped this valley over millennia. The sound is different in winter than in summer, changed by the ice that clings to the rocks, the reduced volume of water, the different resonance of frozen versus liquid surfaces. The sound is like distant bells mixed with rushing water, chimes and flow, crystalline notes, and deeper bass tones all woven together into a continuous symphony that never stops, never pauses, just continues day and night, season after season, year after year. There's the occasional creak of old timber settling in the cold, the building itself making small adjustments as temperature drops through the night hours. Wood contracts when it cools, beams shift fractionally in their joints, floorboards settle more tightly together, and these movements create sounds, soft groans and quiet pops, the architecture speaking in its own language. These sounds would be alarming in an unfamiliar building, suggesting structural problems or intruders, but here they're comforting, evidence of the building's solidity, its age, its stability, through centuries of use. There's your own breathing, steady and slow, the rhythm of rest that hasn't yet shifted to the slightly faster pace of wakefulness. And there's your heartbeat, felt more than heard, a gentle pressure in your chest and throat, the fundamental rhythm that marks you as alive and present in this legendary place. These biological rhythms are constants, unchanging, whether you're in Rivendell or anywhere else. Reminders that despite the magic and beauty of this place, you remain fundamentally mortal, fundamentally human, subject to the same needs and limitations as any person, anywhere. But the fires won't tend themselves, and this is your work, your purpose, your contribution to the functioning of the last homely house. You maintain the dozens of hearths throughout Rivendell's guest halls and common rooms, ensuring that visitors and residents alike wake to warmth and light, that the cold of winter never penetrates fully into the spaces where people gather and live and work. You've held this position for 3 years now, arriving as a wanderer, seeking shelter, and staying on when Elrond offered you work suitable to mortal hands and mortal time. The elves tend their own fires in their private chambers, their long lives giving them patience for such tasks, their relationship with time so different from yours that waiting for coals to kindle doesn't feel like waiting at all to them. But the public spaces, the guest halls, and libraries and dining rooms where mortals come and go, these are your responsibility. 37 hearths in total, spread throughout the building complex, each one needing attention multiple times each day, each one requiring knowledge and skill to maintain properly. You've learned the character of each hearth over 3 years of daily tending. Some draw well, their chimneys designed perfectly to pull smoke upward without backdraft or hesitation. Others are temperamental, requiring specific wood placement or particular techniques to burn cleanly. Some consume fuel rapidly, hungry and demanding. Others are efficient, burning slowly and steadily, making the most of every log. You know them all now, know them intimately, in the way you can only know something through daily interaction over an extended period. You push back the blankets with reluctance, feeling the cold air hit your face and hands immediately, the temperature difference sharp and clarifying. The stone floor is cold beneath your feet as you swing them out of bed, the kind of cold that goes straight through skin to bone, conducting heat away from your body with the efficient ruthlessness of thermal dynamics. You reach quickly for your woolen socks, thick and warm, hand-knitted by Eliza, one of the other mortal servants who has a talent for such work, and who occasionally makes items for the other staff as gifts or in trade for other services. The socks are grey-brown, the natural colour of undyed wool, and they're darned in 3 places, where wear has created holes. The darning is your own work, not as neat as Eliza's original knitting, but functional, keeping the socks serviceable for another season or 2 before they'll need to be replaced entirely. The wool is slightly scratchy against your skin, not the soft, expensive wool of fine garments, but the practical wool of working clothes, warm and durable, if not particularly comfortable. The small fireplace in your own room has burned down to coals during the night, exactly as you intended when you banked it before sleeping 6 hours ago. Banking a fire is a skill in itself, arranging the coals and partially burned logs to maintain heat without flame, allowing the fire to rest in a state of potential rather than activity, ready to be revived quickly when needed. The coals glow faintly red in the darkness, barely visible unless you look directly at the hearth and let your eyes adjust to the dim light. You can feel the heat from the coals, even from several feet away, a gentle warmth radiating outward, not enough to warm the entire room, but enough to keep the temperature from dropping to the outside ambient level. The difference between a room with banked coals and a room with a completely dead fire is perhaps 10 degrees, not dramatic, but significant. The difference between waking to bitter cold and waking to merely cool air. You kneel before your hearth, feeling the warmth on your face increase as you get closer to the coals, your hands beginning to warm just from proximity. The poker is right where you left it, leaning against the stone hearth surround, and you take it up, feeling its familiar weight and balance. The handle is iron wrapped in leather that's been worn smooth and darkened by years of use, shaped by countless hands before yours, and now shaped slightly differently by your particular grip. You stir the coals gently, not aggressively breaking them apart, but just disturbing them enough to release trapped heat and expose their hot centers to air. The stirring causes the red glow to brighten noticeably, the coals responding to oxygen with renewed energy, small flames appearing briefly where the conditions are exactly right for combustion. The smell of wood smoke intensifies, sharp and clean, last night's oak and ash releasing their scent as you disturb their remains. The kindling is stacked beside your hearth in careful arrangement, different sizes separated for easy selection. You keep a small supply of it in your room, specifically for these early morning fire rebuildings, pine kindling that lights easily even when it's cold, even when you're half asleep and not working with perfect precision. Pine is not the best firewood for sustained burning, too resinous and fast-consuming, but for kindling it's perfect, catching fire almost instantly, burning hot enough to ignite larger pieces quickly. You select 3 pieces, each about as long as your forearm and as thick as your finger, and you place them on the coals in the pattern you've developed through practice and observation. The pieces are arranged in a loose triangle, creating a 3-dimensional structure with space in the center for air to flow upward, channels along the sides for air to enter, and contact points with the hot coals that will initiate ignition. The arrangement is important because fire is as much about geometry as it is about fuel, the shape of the wood stack determining how well air can circulate, how completely combustion occurs, how efficiently heat transfers from burning material to unburned material. You blow gently on the coals, your breath providing additional oxygen right where it's needed most, and a small flame appears almost immediately. Tentative at first, just a flicker of yellow-orange light, but then growing as it finds the dry pine and spreads along the resinous surface. The flame makes a soft sound, almost a whisper, the sound of rapid oxidation, of solid material transforming into gas and heat and light. More flames appear, spreading from the initial ignition point, running along the kindling pieces in quick, bright lines, and within moments, all 3 pieces are burning, the fire established and growing. The smell of pine smoke fills the room immediately, sharp and resinous, almost medicinal in its intensity, the scent that has come to signal the beginning of your working day. Pine smoke smells different from oak smoke or ash smoke, more aggressive, more present, making itself known rather than blending subtly into the background. Some people find the smell unpleasant, too strong, but you've come to appreciate it for its clarity and its association with these quiet morning moments. Once the kindling is burning steadily, flames established and consuming the wood predictably, you add a log, just 1 piece of oak about as thick as your forearm and perhaps a foot long. Oak is your preferred wood for sustained burning, dense and slow consuming, producing long-lasting coals that provide steady heat for hours. The piece you select is well seasoned, dried for at least 2 years, in covered storage where rain and snow can't reach it, the bark slightly loose, the weight light for its size, most of the moisture long since evaporated. You position the oak log carefully on top of the burning kindling, placing it to rest securely without smothering the flames beneath. The log is heavy enough that it could crush the delicate kindling structure if placed carelessly, extinguishing the fire you're trying to build. But positioned correctly, it provides just enough pressure to make good contact, while allowing the flames to reach its surface and begin the process of heating and gasification that leads to combustion. The fire builds gradually, the flames from the kindling licking up around the oak log, heating its surface, driving out moisture and volatile compounds that will eventually ignite and burn with the characteristic orange glow of wood fire. This transition takes a few minutes, the log needing time to heat sufficiently before it can sustain combustion, and you watch patiently, making sure the fire is progressing properly, that the kindling isn't burning out before the larger wood catches. When you see flames beginning to run along the oak log's surface, small at first but growing, you know the fire is established successfully. This log will burn for the next several hours, while you're out making your rounds, slowly consuming itself, transforming solid wood into heat and light and ash, keeping your room from becoming completely cold during your absence. By the time you return for your breakfast break, in 4 hours, the log will be perhaps half consumed, still burning but ready for additional fuel, and you'll add another piece then to maintain warmth through your midday rest. The fire's light spreads across the room now, dancing shadows on the stone walls, illuminating your few possessions with warm yellow light that's more flattering than the harsh white of morning sun or the cold light of lanterns. Everything looks better in firelight, you've noticed, softer and more inviting, the imperfections hidden in shadow, the pleasant features emphasized by the warm glow. You turn your attention to getting dressed, selecting clothes from the small collection you keep in the wooden chest beside your bed. The clothes you wear for work are practical and warm, chosen for comfort during long hours of physical labour in cold buildings, selected more for functionality than for appearance, though they're not unattractive, just plain and serviceable. Heavy woolen trousers, dark brown to hide the inevitable ash stains that accumulate despite your best efforts to stay clean. The wool is thick and slightly scratchy, more like the wool of your socks than like the soft wool of expensive garments, but it's warm and durable, qualities that matter more than comfort for your purposes. The trousers have a leather belt that's worn smooth from 3 years of daily use, the brass buckle tarnished slightly despite occasional polishing, the leather darkened where your hands grip it when tightening or loosening, a linen shirt undyed and sturdy, the fabric soft from many washings but still strong, still capable of lasting another year or two before the fibres weaken enough to require replacement. The shirt is loose-fitting, comfortable for movement and work, with sleeves that can be rolled up when you're working close to hot fires and rolled down when you need protection from cold or from the occasional spark. The shirt has wooden buttons carved in simple patterns, nothing decorative, but not purely utilitarian either, someone having taken the time to add small flourishes to what could have been completely plain. A wool vest, charcoal grey, with more wooden buttons and pockets that you use to carry small items you need during your rounds. A bit of twine for emergency repairs, a small cloth for wiping ash from your hands, a piece of flint and steel in case you need to restart a fire that's gone completely out, though this rarely happens if you're maintaining your regular schedule. The vest is fitted more closely than the shirt, providing an additional layer of warmth without restricting movement, and you've become fond of it over the 3 years you've owned it, the garment having shaped itself to your body through wear. Your boots are perhaps your most valued possession, sturdy leather that comes up to mid-calf, lined with wool for warmth, with soles thick enough to protect your feet from cold stone floors, but flexible enough to allow easy walking. The boots were made by an elven craftsman and gifted to you last winter, when your old boots finally wore through after 2 years of constant use, the leather of the originals cracking beyond repair, the soles developing holes that let in water and cold. These boots are beautiful in their way, even though they're working boots rather than dress boots. The leather is dark brown, aged and oiled until it's supple and water resistant, able to shed snow and rain without stiffening or cracking. The stitching is so fine and tight that you've never found a single leak or weak spot. Each stitch placed with precision, the thread waxed to resist water and decay. The soles are thick leather, multiple layers stitched and pegged together, providing both insulation and durability, able to withstand the many miles of walking you do each day without wearing through. The boots fit perfectly, shaped to your feet through months of wear, conforming to your particular arch and heel and width, as comfortable as boots can be, which is to say not completely comfortable, but comfortable enough that you can wear them all day without developing blisters or soreness. You pull them on with the satisfaction of knowing that your feet will be well protected no matter how many hearths you tend today, no matter how many miles you walk through cold corridors and up and down stone staircases. The room around you is small but sufficient for your needs, perhaps 10 feet square, with walls of dressed stone, plastered smooth and painted white, a ceiling of wooden beams and planking, and a floor of fitted stone covered partially by a small rug woven in muted colours. Besides the bed and the fireplace, there's a chair positioned near the window where you can sit and look out at the valley during your rare free moments. A small table that holds a basin and ewer for washing, a shelf for your few books and personal items, and the wooden chest that contains your clothes and other belongings. The window looks east toward the mountains, a narrow opening with wooden shutters that can be closed against storms, but that you usually leave open to admit light and air. The window is too small to allow much heat loss, practical design that balances the desire for light and view against the need to conserve warmth. Through it now, you can see nothing but blackness and the scattered bright points of stars. The mountains invisible in the pre-dawn darkness, the valley below still sleeping. Tonight is special, you remember, as you finish dressing, pulling your vest straight, making sure everything is properly fastened and arranged. Tonight is the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, the turning point when the slow progression toward darkness reverses and the days begin to lengthen again, incrementally at first, minutes per day, accumulating over weeks and months until summer brings long days and short nights. The elves will celebrate tonight with song and ceremony, marking the moment when the year turns back toward light. You've witnessed 2 solstice celebrations since coming to Rivendell, and both times you've been struck by the beauty and the strangeness of elven observance. The way they mark time that moves differently for them than it does for mortals. Their perspective, shaped by lifespans measured in centuries rather than the brief decades that mortals are granted. They speak of ages and eras, where you would speak of years and decades. Their songs referencing events from centuries or millennia ago, as if they happened recently. Their sense of history immediate and personal, rather than distant and academic. An elf might have witnessed the events being sung about, might have been present at the battles described, might have known personally the heroes being memorialized. This gives their celebrations a weight and depth that mortal celebrations rarely achieve, a connection to deep time that you can observe but never truly share. But your participation in tonight's celebration will be peripheral, your role unchanged by the significance of the date. The fires must be tended regardless of festivities, perhaps especially during festivities when the halls will be full and the need for warmth and light even greater than usual. The elves can sing and watch the stars and reflect on the turning of the seasons, but someone needs to make sure they do so in warm rooms with bright hearths, and that someone is you. This is your contribution, your way of participating, the work that allows others to celebrate in comfort. You light your lantern, a simple oil lamp with a good steady flame, and a handle designed to be carried safely through corridors and up and down stairs. The lantern is made of brass tarnished slightly, despite your occasional efforts to keep it polished, with glass panels on 4 sides that protect the flame from drafts while allowing the light to shine through. The glass is slightly wavy, imperfect, the kind of glass made before modern manufacturing techniques, and it creates small distortions in the light, making the flame appear to shimmer and dance even when it's burning perfectly steadily. The light the lantern produces is warm and yellow, less beautiful than the elven lamps that seem to capture starlight or sunlight in crystalline glass. Magical light that doesn't flicker or smoke or consume fuel, but practical and reliable in ways that matter for your work. You've learned over 3 years that practical and reliable are valuable qualities, perhaps especially in magical places where beauty sometimes obscures function, where things that look delicate turn out to be indestructible, and things that seem permanent can vanish like morning mist. The door to your room opens smoothly when you lift the latch, well fitted and properly hung on iron hinges that have been maintained with oil and care, moving without the squeaks and scrapes that poorly maintained doors produce. You step out into the corridor that runs the length of the servants' quarters, pulling the door closed behind you with a soft click of wood against wood. the sound barely audible in the deep night silence. The corridor is dark and silent, the stone walls and floor absorbing sound, holding cold like a vessel holds water. The walls are plastered and painted, like your room, but the corridor gets less attention than the public spaces, and the plaster is cracked in places, the paint faded and scuffed. The floor is stone, fitted blocks worn smooth by centuries of feet passing over them, slightly concave in the centre of the corridor where wear has been greatest, the stone gradually abraded by the passage of time and use. The air temperature in the corridor is noticeably lower than in your room, perhaps 5 or 6 degrees colder, the difference immediately perceptible, and you're glad for your wool vest and sturdy boots. The cold settles around you like water, pressing against exposed skin, finding its way into any gaps in your clothing. Your breath makes clouds again, visible in the lantern light, and you can feel your nose and ears beginning to chill, the parts of your body that are exposed to the air losing heat to the cold surroundings. The lantern creates a small sphere of light around you as you walk, pushing back the darkness by perhaps 6 feet in every direction, illuminating the stone walls with their simple plaster finish. The wooden doors spaced at regular intervals along the corridor, the occasional tapestry hung to provide colour and additional insulation against the cold. The tapestries are old, woven generations ago, and they show scenes from elven history or from nature, forests and waterfalls, and mountains rendered in faded blues and greens and browns. Your footsteps make soft sounds on the stone floor, a gentle padding rhythm that marks your passage through the sleeping building. The boots have leather soles that are quieter than hard wooden soles or iron-shod soles would be, and you've learned to walk lightly anyway, not wanting to disturb the other servants who are still sleeping at this early hour. The rhythm of your walking is meditative, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, steady and unchanging, a pattern that your body performs without conscious thought. You know these halls now, know them in the intimate way that comes from walking the same paths every day for 3 years. Your route unchanged, your schedule predictable. You know which stones are slightly uneven, where the floor slopes gently down toward the drainage channels that carry water away during the spring thaw when snow melts in the mountains and the Bruinen runs high and fast. You know which turns led to which destinations. The geography of the building internalized through repetition, your feet knowing the way even when your mind is elsewhere. The knowledge has been acquired through pure repetition, through walking these same routes every morning in darkness, your feet learning what your eyes first discovered. The information transferred from conscious visual memory to unconscious physical memory until you could walk the route blindfolded if necessary. This is how skills develop. You've learned not through dramatic insights or sudden revelations, but through steady repetition over time, the body and mind gradually adapting to patterns until what was once difficult becomes automatic. The servants' quarters are located in the northern wing of the main building, a practical placement that keeps the working staff close to the spaces they maintain while providing them with adequate comfort and privacy. The quarters are not luxurious, nothing like the guest rooms or the private chambers of the elves, but they're comfortable and well maintained, warm enough in winter and cool enough in summer, dry and secure and sufficient for their purpose. The quarters consist of 2 parallel corridors of small rooms, perhaps 20 rooms in total, a shared bathing room with heated water available at certain hours, and a small common room where the mortal servants sometimes gather in the evenings to talk or play games or simply sit in companionship. Not everyone uses the common room regularly, some people preferring solitude after their working hours, but it's there for those who want it, a space for community and connection. There are perhaps 20 mortal servants in total working in Rivendell at any given time, though the number fluctuates as people come and go, their brief mortal lives bringing them here for a season or a few years before they move on to other places, or return to their families in the outside world. Some stay longer, like Mara, who has been here for 30 years, but most stay for shorter periods, using Rivendell as a way station in their larger life journeys, a place to work and save money, and perhaps learn skills before moving on to whatever comes next. You've become friendly with several of them over your 3 years here, though you're not by nature a particularly social person, more comfortable with solitude and routine work than with extensive social interaction. But friendliness happens almost automatically when you work alongside people day after day, sharing meals and occasional conversations, the proximity and common purpose creating bonds, even among people who might not seek each other out in other circumstances. There's Mara in the kitchen, a woman of perhaps 50 years who came to Rivendell 30 years ago and simply never left, finding in the work and the place a home more satisfying than whatever she left behind. She rarely speaks of her past and no one presses her, but occasional comments suggest she left some sadness behind, some loss or disappointment that made leaving easier than staying. Here she's found purpose in feeding people, in creating nourishment and comfort through food, and she's good at it, skilled in ways that go beyond mere technical competence to something approaching art. There's Thomas, who maintains the stables and cares for the horses that visitors ride, and that occasionally the elves use when travelling beyond the valley. Thomas is perhaps 30, strong and quiet, more comfortable with animals than with people, and he's developed a reputation for being able to calm even the most skittish horses, some quality in his voice or his manner that makes animals trust him. He's kind to the other servants, helpful when help is needed, but he spends most of his free time in the stables rather than in the common room, preferring the company of horses to humans. There's Eliza, who tends the extensive gardens, working with the elves who have knowledge of plants that goes back centuries, who know which herbs grow best in which soils, which vegetables tolerate shade, which flowers bloom in which seasons. Eliza is young, perhaps 25, and she came to Rivendell specifically to learn from the elven gardeners, hoping to take that knowledge back to her family's farm eventually. She's enthusiastic and curious, always asking questions, and the elves seem to appreciate her genuine interest, teaching her willingly. And there are others, faces you see at meals or in passing, people whose names you know and whose work you respect, even if you don't spend much time in their company. Everyone here works hard, everyone contributes to the functioning of Rivendell in their own way, and there's a quiet camaraderie in that shared purpose even among people who don't interact extensively. The corridor ends at a junction where 3 passages meet, and you turn left without pausing, the decision automatic, heading toward the main building where the guest halls and public spaces await your attention. The passage here is wider than the servants' corridor, 8 feet across instead of 6, and the decoration is more elaborate, the walls painted in colours rather than left white, the tapestries larger and in better condition. The floor is still stone but more carefully finished, the blocks fitted together with precision that leaves almost no visible seams. The surface smoother than in the servants' quarters, worn but not visibly uneven. The difference is subtle but noticeable. The transition from service spaces to public spaces, marked by these small improvements in finish and decoration, the building itself communicating hierarchy through its architecture. You pass through a doorway into the main building proper, and the architecture changes more noticeably. The ceilings are higher here, rising to 12 feet instead of 8, creating a sense of spaciousness and grandeur that the servants' quarters lack. The spaces are more generous, the hallways wider, the rooms larger, everything designed to impress and welcome rather than merely to house. The decoration is more elaborate, the walls painted in soft colours, blues and greens, and creams that reflect light pleasantly and create calm, peaceful atmospheres. There's wooden trim that's been carved with flowing patterns of leaves and vines, organic designs that reference the natural world, bringing the outside in, connecting the built environment to the living valley that surrounds it. The floors here are a mix of stone and wood, the stone in the main corridors and public spaces, the wood in smaller rooms and side passages. There are rugs placed strategically, adding warmth and colour and sound dampening, making the spaces feel less austere, more welcoming. The rugs are woven in intricate patterns, some showing geometric designs, others depicting scenes from nature or from story, all of them beautiful in ways that suggest they were made by people who care about beauty for its own sake, not just for commercial value. The overall effect is one of gracious comfort, elegant without being ostentatious, beautiful in ways that feel natural rather than forced. This is intentional design you've realised over your time here. Spaces created to make people feel welcome and comfortable and valued, to communicate that they matter, that their presence is appreciated, that Rivendell is indeed the last homely house, a place of refuge and rest in a world that often provides neither. The Eastern Guest Hall. The first hearth on your route is in the Eastern Guest Hall, a large common room where visitors often gather in the evenings to talk or read, or simply sit quietly in company. The room is empty now, still dark except for the faint glow of coals in the hearth, the furniture consisting of low couches and chairs arranged in conversational groups around small tables. Everything is still and quiet, waiting for the day to begin, holding the potential of activity without yet expressing it. The room is perhaps 30 feet long and 20 feet wide, with windows along the eastern wall that during the day provide views of the mountains but now show only darkness and stars. The windows are tall and narrow, designed in the elven style that favours vertical elements, and they're fitted with glass panes that are slightly wavy and irregular, handmade rather than manufactured, each one subtly unique. The ceiling is vaulted, rising to perhaps 15 feet at its highest point in the centre, supported by wooden beams that arc overhead like the ribs of some enormous creature. The beams are oak, dark with age and smoke, carved with simple patterns that catch light and create shadows, adding visual interest without overwhelming the space. Between the beams, the ceiling is plastered and painted a pale cream colour that reflects light upward, making the room feel larger and brighter than it would with a dark ceiling. The walls are painted a soft blue-grey, the colour of winter sky just before dawn, and they're decorated with paintings and tapestries showing scenes from elven history. There's a painting of ships with white sails leaving a harbour at sunset, rendered in colours so vivid they seem almost to glow. There's a tapestry showing a great tree with silver leaves, underneath which elves and mortals sit in council. There's another painting of mountains under stars, the peaks snow-covered, the sky deep blue-black studded with points of light. The furniture is elven-made, all of it, which means it's both beautiful and comfortable, designed with understanding of how bodies sit and rest, how spaces are used, how people naturally arrange themselves when gathering. The couches are low and deep, upholstered in fabrics that are soft and durable, coloured in earth tones that complement the wall colours without matching them exactly. The chairs are similarly comfortable, with arms at the right height for resting your elbows, backs angled to support your spine without forcing you into rigid posture. The small tables scattered throughout are oak and walnut, dark woods polished until they gleam softly in any light, their surfaces showing the grain of the wood, the growth rings visible as flowing patterns. On the tables are oil lamps, currently unlit, and small decorative items, bowls and vases and carved figures, things that add visual interest without cluttering the space. The hearth dominates the eastern wall, large and impressive, built to heat this entire room, even in the coldest weather. The hearth opening is about 4 feet across and 3 feet high, deep enough that you can step partially inside it when you need to reach the back wall, and the chimney above draws well, pulling smoke up and out efficiently. The hearthstone is dark grey granite, worn smooth by centuries of use, the surface almost glassy in its polish, reflecting light in subtle ways. The mantle above the hearth is carved oak, matching the ceiling beams, dark with age and oil from countless hands that have rested on it over the years. The carving shows leaves and branches naturalistic rather than stylized, detailed enough that you can identify the species, oak leaves intertwined with ash and beech, the three primary hardwoods used in the valley. The mantle is deep enough to be useful, wide enough to hold items safely, and it's positioned at a height that makes it easy to reach, practical as well as decorative. You set your lantern on the stone mantle, positioning it carefully so it won't tip or slide, the brass base solid against the oak surface. The lantern's light illuminates the hearth area, showing the bed of coals that remains from last night's fire, still glowing faintly red, holding heat that you'll build upon to create this morning's warmth. You kneel before the hearth on the smooth stone floor, your knees finding the slight depressions worn by generations of people who have knelt in this same spot for this same purpose. The depressions are barely visible, just subtle changes in the surface level, but you can feel them clearly, your knees settling into familiar positions. The stone is cold against your kneecaps, even through the wool of your trousers, and you know that if you knelt here for long periods, you'd feel the cold penetrating deeper. But for the few minutes of fire tending, the discomfort is minimal and easily tolerated. The coals that remain from last night's fire are still glowing, a bed of red and orange embers perhaps 6 inches deep, covering an area about 2 feet square in the centre of the hearth. The heat radiates outward, warming your face even though you're kneeling 2 feet away, and you can feel your skin tightening slightly from the dry heat, the moisture on your face evaporating, your eyes feeling slightly dry when you blink. The smell of wood smoke is strong here, the accumulated scent of last night's burning, oak and ash that have been consuming themselves for hours, transforming solid wood into gases and heat and ash. The smell is clean and sharp, not unpleasant, the characteristic scent of wood fire that humans have been smelling for thousands of years, fire being one of the fundamental human technologies, one of the things that makes civilization possible. The poker is iron, about 3 feet long, with a handle wrapped in leather that's been worn smooth and dark from use. The poker lives on a stand beside the hearth, along with a small shovel for removing ash, and a brush for cleaning the hearthstone. These are the basic tools of fire tending, unchanged in design for centuries. Because the design works, because iron and leather and simple leverage are sufficient for the task, requiring no improvement or innovation. You take up the poker, feeling its familiar weight and balance, the way the leather-wrapped handle fits your hand, slightly textured from the wrapped leather thong, comfortable to grip. The business end of the poker is slightly hooked, designed to catch logs and pull them, and it's blackened from countless exposures to flame, the iron oxidized and hardened by heat. You begin stirring the coals, working methodically, not jabbing aggressively, but gently disturbing the bed, breaking apart any larger pieces, exposing their hot centers, redistributing the heat to create a more even foundation. The stirring is a learned skill, requiring just enough force to move the coals, but not so much that you scatter them wastefully or damage the hearthstone beneath. The coals shift and settle with soft sounds, falling into new arrangements, clicking against each other, the larger pieces breaking into smaller ones where they have been weakened by hours of burning. The red glow brightens noticeably where you've disturbed the coals, fresh oxygen reaching hot surfaces, the increased airflow causing momentary increases in temperature that make the coals glow orange instead of red. Small flames appear wherever the conditions are exactly right, where hot coals and oxygen and remaining fuel come together in the proportions necessary for combustion. The flames are small and brief, just flickers of yellow-orange light, but they indicate that the coals are still very much alive, still capable of igniting new fuel, still holding enough heat to restart the fire without need for external ignition sources, like flint and steel. You work across the bed of coals systematically, stirring here, redistributing there, making sure that heat is evenly distributed throughout the depth and breadth of the bed. This creates the foundation on which you'll build the new fire, a base of consistent temperature that will ignite kindling quickly and evenly, allowing the fire to establish itself efficiently. The wood for this hearth is stacked beside it in careful arrangement, a system you've developed over time to make your work more efficient and to minimize the clutter of randomly piled fuel. The wood is organized by size and type, making it easy to select exactly what you need without searching through mixed piles or bending and lifting pieces unnecessarily. At the front of the stack is the kindling, small dry sticks of pine and birch that will catch fire quickly. These pieces are perhaps as long as your forearm and as thick as your finger, small enough to ignite easily, but large enough to burn long enough to catch the next size up. They're arranged in a neat bundle, standing upright like a small fence, easily grasped in one hand. Behind the kindling are medium pieces, branches about as thick as your thumb, and perhaps a foot long, that will burn longer and hotter once the kindling has established flames. These are also pine and birch primarily, fast-burning woods that produce good heat quickly, perfect for transitioning from kindling to larger logs. And behind the medium pieces are the larger logs, split pieces of oak and ash and beech, the hardwoods that will burn slowly and steadily for hours, providing the sustained heat that keeps the room comfortable throughout the day. These logs are split to various sizes, from pieces as thick as your wrist to pieces as thick as your thigh, allowing you to select the appropriate size for the heat level you're trying to achieve. You select 3 pieces of kindling, choosing them by feel and by quick visual assessment, looking for pieces that are straight and dry and without knots or irregularities that might cause them to burn unevenly. The pine kindling feels light in your hands, most of the moisture long since evaporated during the seasoning process, and it's slightly sticky with resin, the characteristic pine sap that makes this wood so eager to burn. You place the 3 pieces on the bed of coals in the pattern you've refined through practice and observation. The pieces are arranged in a loose triangle, creating a 3-dimensional structure with space in the center for air to flow upward, channels along the sides for air to enter, and multiple contact points with the hot coals that will initiate ignition simultaneously rather than sequentially. The placement is more important than it might seem, fire being as much about geometry as it is about fuel. The arrangement of wood determines how well air can circulate, how completely combustion occurs, how efficiently heat transfers from burning material to unburned material. A fire built with poor geometry will struggle to burn cleanly, wasting fuel and producing excessive smoke, while a fire built with good geometry will burn hot and clean, consuming fuel completely and producing minimal smoke. The kindling catches almost immediately where it touches the hot coals, the dry wood igniting the instant it reaches the temperature necessary for combustion. Small flames appear at the contact points, tentative at first, just flickers of yellow-orange light, but then growing rapidly as they find the resinous surface of the pine and spread along it hungrily. The flames make soft sounds, almost whispers, the sound of rapid oxidation, of solid material transforming into gas and heat and light. It's a peaceful sound, you've always thought, comforting in its familiarity and in its association with warmth and safety. Humans have been listening to the sound of burning wood for perhaps 1 million years, sitting beside fires in caves and huts and houses, finding comfort and protection in the flames. More flames appear, spreading from the initial ignition points, running along the kindling pieces in quick bright lines. The pine burns eagerly, the resin in the wood providing extra fuel, making the flames brighter and more active than they would be with non-resinous woods. Within moments, all 3 pieces of kindling are burning well, the fire established and growing, spreading from piece to piece where they touch or come close to touching. The smell of pine smoke intensifies, sharp and resinous, almost medicinal in its intensity, filling the immediate area around the hearth and beginning to spread through the room. The smoke rises in a thin column, drawn upward by the chimney's natural draft, disappearing into the darkness above, carried away to dissipate harmlessly in the outside air. You watch the kindling burn for perhaps a minute, making sure the fire is truly established, that the flames are strong and steady, rather than weak and flickering. When you're satisfied that the kindling is burning properly, you add the next layer, 2 pieces of medium-sized wood, each about as thick as your wrist and a foot long. These pieces are oak, denser and slower burning than the pine kindling, requiring more heat to ignite, but producing better sustained warmth once they're burning. You position them carefully, placing them across the burning kindling at angles that create stable structure while allowing flames to reach their surfaces. The medium pieces don't catch fire immediately like the kindling did. Instead, they sit on the burning kindling for perhaps a minute, heating gradually, the surface darkening as it absorbs heat. Wisps of smoke appearing as volatile compounds in the wood begin to vaporize. This is normal and expected, part of the process by which wood transitions from solid fuel to burning fuel, and you wait patiently for the transformation to complete. After about 90 seconds, the first flames appear on the medium pieces, small flickering tongues of orange-yellow that run along the wood surface, seeking the easiest paths, following the grain of the wood where air can penetrate more easily. Once started, the flames spread quickly, the heat from the kindling below and the radiant heat from the coals combining to bring the medium pieces to full combustion. Now you add the larger logs, the pieces that will provide sustained heat for the next several hours. You select 2 substantial pieces of oak, each about as thick as your forearm and 18 inches long, heavy with density, their weight promising long, slow burning. The oak is well seasoned, the bark slightly loose, the ends showing checking cracks that indicate the wood has dried thoroughly. You position the logs carefully, placing them on top of the now burning medium pieces, arranging them to create structure and to maximize exposure to heat and air. The logs are heavy enough that they settle firmly into place, making solid contact with the burning wood beneath them, but you're careful not to crush the developing fire, not to smother the flames with too much fuel too quickly. The fire builds steadily now, the flames from the kindling and medium pieces licking up around the larger logs, heating their surfaces, beginning the slow process of bringing them to combustion. This will take several minutes, the large logs requiring more time to heat through, but you're patient, watching the fire develop, making sure everything is proceeding properly. The light from the growing fire spreads across the floor of the hearth and begins to illuminate the room, pushing back the darkness, casting dancing shadows on the walls and ceiling. The shadows move constantly, never still, the flickering flames creating patterns of light and dark that shift and change from moment to moment, endlessly variable within their narrow range. The temperature in the immediate area begins to rise noticeably, the cold air beginning to stir as convection currents form, warm air rising from the fire and drawing cooler air in from the sides. You can feel the change on your face and hands, the warmth replacing the chill that was there moments ago, your skin relaxing slightly as it warms. You remain kneeling for another minute or 2, watching the fire establish itself fully, making sure it's drawing properly, that the smoke is going up the chimney rather than spilling into the room. The draft is good, you note with satisfaction, the chimney pulling steadily, the smoke rising in a smooth column rather than eddying or billowing back. This is a well-built hearth, designed by people who understood fire and air and heat, and it performs its function with reliable efficiency. When you're satisfied that the fire is properly established, that it will continue burning without immediate attention, you stand up, feeling your knees protest slightly from kneeling on cold stone, feeling the warmth on your face more intensely now that you're standing upright with your full height exposed to the radiant heat. The eastern guest hall has a second hearth, smaller and more decorative, set into the western wall. This hearth is perhaps half the size of the main one, the opening only about 2 feet across, intended more for ambience and supplementary heat than for seriously warming the large room. But it still requires attention, still needs to be tended, and you cross the room to begin the process again. The pattern repeats, familiar and comfortable now. Stir the coals, which are fewer here and cooler than in the main hearth, accumulated from a smaller fire that burned lower through the night. Add kindling, just 2 pieces instead of 3, appropriate for the smaller hearth. Wait for ignition, watching the small flames grow. Add 1 piece of medium wood, positioned carefully in the limited space. Add 1 larger log, a piece of ash this time, instead of oak, creating variety in the burn characteristics and the subtle scent of the smoke. The work has a rhythm to it, a pattern of movements and observations that you've repeated thousands of times over 3 years. Kneel, assess, stir, select, place, watch, stand, move on. The repetition is not boring but rather meditative, your hands knowing what to do without, requiring constant conscious direction, your mind free to observe and appreciate rather than needing to focus intently on every small decision. There's satisfaction in the repetition, in the way your body has learned these movements so thoroughly that they feel natural, inevitable, the only possible way to perform these tasks. This is skill you've realized, not the dramatic, impressive skill of warriors or musicians, but the quiet, competent skill of craftspeople and workers, the ability to perform routine tasks well, efficiently, without drama or fanfare. The second fire builds more slowly than the first, the smaller hearth providing less draft, the reduced fuel producing less heat. But this is appropriate for this hearth, which is meant to provide gentle supplementary warmth rather than intense heating. You watch it for a moment, making sure it's established properly, and then you retrieve your lantern from the main hearth's mantle and prepare to move on to the next location. The eastern guest hall is complete, both hearths burning well, both fires established and growing, providing warmth that will make this room comfortable when guests begin to arrive in a few hours. The satisfaction you feel is quiet and internal, not dramatic pride but simple contentment with work done properly, with fires built well, with your responsibilities fulfilled. You leave the eastern guest hall, pulling the door partially closed behind you to help contain the warmth, and you make your way through familiar corridors toward the library. The route is automatic now, your feet knowing the way, your mind free to wander while your body navigates the turns and passageways without conscious thought. The corridors are beginning to lighten slightly. You notice the absolute blackness of deep night giving way to the first hints of pre-dawn grey. The windows you pass show slightly less darkness, the stars fractionally dimmer as dawn approaches, though sunrise is still perhaps an hour away. The transition is gradual and subtle, barely perceptible from moment to moment, but clear when you compare the current light level to the complete darkness of an hour ago. The library occupies a large space in the southern wing of the main building, positioned to receive good light from the tall windows that line 2 walls, east and south, capturing both morning sun and afternoon sun, providing natural illumination for reading throughout most of the day. The room is perhaps 50 feet long and 30 feet wide, with a ceiling that rises to accommodate tall shelves filled with books and scrolls, manuscripts and maps, documents and records, the accumulated knowledge of centuries stored and preserved and made available to those who seek it. The library is one of your favourite spaces in Rivendell, not because you spend much time reading, though you do occasionally browse the shelves when your work allows, but because of the atmosphere, the sense of quiet purpose that pervades the space, the feeling that important work happens here, that knowledge is valued and protected and shared. There's something deeply satisfying about a well-maintained library, about rows of books carefully catalogued and shelved, about the visible evidence of human and elven learning accumulated over time. The door to the library is substantial, thick oak, that provides sound dampening and thermal insulation, keeping the temperature stable and the noise minimal. You push it open carefully, not wanting to make unnecessary sound in this quiet space, and you step inside, letting your eyes adjust to the dimness. The library smells different from other rooms, a complex mixture that you've come to associate with learning and quiet study. There's the scent of old paper, slightly musty but not unpleasant, the smell of plant fibres slowly breaking down over decades and centuries, cellulose oxidizing in air, the inevitable aging of organic materials. It's a smell that suggests time passing, history accumulating, knowledge preserved from generation to generation. There's the smell of leather bindings, treated and oiled to protect the books, a rich earthy scent that mixes with the paper smell. The leather is mostly cow and goat, though some of the older volumes use vellum made from calf or sheep. The skins prepared and processed according to techniques that go back millennia, each culture developing its own methods for transforming animal hides into durable writing surfaces or protective book covers. There's dried herbs, small sachets placed strategically throughout the shelves to discourage insects and mould, adding notes of lavender and rosemary and thyme to the air. The sachets are replaced regularly by the library staff, old ones removed when their scent fades, new ones added to maintain the protective atmosphere, a constant quiet battle against the insects and moulds that would destroy the books if given opportunity. There's beeswax from the candles that provide reading light in the evenings, a sweet clean smell that complements the other scents, rather than competing with them. The candles are made in Rivendell's own workshops, beeswax from hives kept in the valley, purified and moulded into tapers and pillars, providing light that's gentler than oil lamps and less likely to damage books through soot or heat. And underneath everything, there's the faint ghost of pipe tobacco, the accumulated residue of centuries of readers who smoked while they studied. The smell so faint you notice it, only when you're paying attention, but present nonetheless, part of the library's olfactory signature. The elves don't smoke generally, but mortal visitors often do, and over centuries the smoke has permeated the wood and paper and leather, becoming part of the space's character. The library has two substantial hearths, positioned at opposite ends of the long room to provide even heating throughout the space. Heating a library properly is more challenging than heating other spaces because books require special care, their preservation depending on maintaining specific environmental conditions. Too much moisture, and they mould, the pages becoming spotted with mildew, the organic material providing perfect growing conditions for fungi that can destroy a book in weeks or months if left unchecked. The spotted pages become brittle, the paper fibres weakened by the mould's digestive processes, eventually crumbling when handled. The bindings weaken as adhesives break down in humid conditions, pages falling loose, covers separating from text blocks. Too much heat and the books dry out, becoming brittle in a different way, the paper fibres losing their flexibility, the pages cracking when turned, the binding splitting as the leather dries and contracts. Heat also accelerates the oxidation of paper, the chemical processes that cause yellowing and embrittlement, shortening the lifespan of books that might otherwise last for centuries. The ideal temperature for book preservation is moderate and constant, warm enough to prevent dampness, around 60-65 degrees, but not so warm as to cause drying, and with relatively stable humidity, around 40-50%. This is warmer than leaving the room unheated, which would allow dampness and cold, but cooler than heating it for human comfort, which would be around 70 degrees or warmer. This requirement means that the library fires must be managed differently from fires in other spaces, where guest halls might have hearths that burn very hot, creating bursts of intense warmth for human comfort, and dining halls might have fires that are allowed to die down between mealtimes, running hot only when the room is occupied. The library fires must burn steadily at a moderate temperature, providing consistent, gentle heat throughout the day and night, maintaining environmental stability that protects the irreplaceable collection. Eristor, the elven librarian who oversees this space with meticulous attention, spent several weeks teaching you how to maintain library fires properly when you first took this position 3 years ago. He showed you how to judge temperature by the sound of the fire, by the appearance of the flames, by the feel of the air, developing your ability to assess conditions without needing thermometers or other instruments. He taught you to use smaller pieces of wood, building gentler fires that burn at lower temperatures, and to add fuel more frequently, maintaining consistent heat rather than allowing the dramatic peaks and valleys of larger fires that burn hot and then cool as they consume their fuel. He showed you how to recognize when the temperature is creeping too high, when the air feels too dry, when adjustments are needed to maintain ideal conditions. The training was patient and thorough, Eristor understanding that book preservation is specialized knowledge, not intuitive or obvious, requiring instruction and practice to master. He treated you with respect during the training, acknowledging that while you didn't know library science, you brought genuine skill in fire management that could be adapted to this specialized application. You've come to appreciate the precision required for library fires, the way they demand constant attention and small adjustments, rather than the more dramatic interventions needed for other hearths. There's satisfaction in the subtlety, in the way you've learned to maintain conditions that are invisible to most people, but critical for the book's long-term survival. You approach the first library hearth now, setting your lantern on a nearby reading table, a solid oak piece positioned to catch window light during the day. The table is dark with age, its surface marked by generations of use, small scratches and dents that tell stories of centuries of readers, books opened and closed, notes written, discoveries made. A few books are stacked on it now, left by yesterday's readers, waiting to be reshelved by the library staff. You can see titles in languages you don't read, scripts that look beautiful even when they're meaningless to you. There's a book in Sindarin with silver script on a blue cover, the letters flowing and elegant. There's a manuscript in what might be Rohirric, angular characters, that suggest the language's relationship to older tongues. There's a volume in the common speech, a history of Gondor, its leather binding worn from frequent consultation. The hearth has burned down during the night to a small bed of coals, glowing faintly, barely providing any heat. The room temperature has dropped, you notice immediately, cold enough that your breath is making small visible clouds, cold enough that the books are at risk of accumulating moisture from the humid winter air. This is too cold for proper preservation, and you work quickly to rebuild the fire, understanding that every hour at improper temperature increases the risk of damage to irreplaceable volumes. You stir the coals first, consolidating what heat remains, gathering the scattered embers into a tighter pile that will provide better concentrated heat for igniting new fuel. The coals are fewer here than in the guest hall, the library fire having been built smaller intentionally, and they're cooler, more orange than red, suggesting they're closer to going out entirely. You add kindling generously, 4 pieces instead of the 2 or 3 you might use for a fire that's in better condition, wanting to establish flames quickly, to begin warming the room as soon as possible. The kindling is birch, which burns hot and fast, perfect for quickly raising temperature, its papery bark igniting almost explosively when it touches the hot coals. You blow gently on the coals, your breath providing the additional oxygen needed to transform sleeping embers into active flames. The response is immediate, the coals brightening from orange to red, small flames appearing where your breath has increased the combustion rate. The birch bark catches, with a small whooshing sound, curling and burning with bright flames that spread rapidly to the wood beneath. Within moments you have a good fire starting, the 4 pieces of kindling all burning well, flames established and growing, heat beginning to radiate into the cold room. But instead of adding large logs as you would in a guest hall, you add smaller pieces, branches about as thick as 2 fingers held together, and you add only 2 pieces instead of the 4 or 5 you might use elsewhere, The goal is steady, moderate heat, not intense warmth, and you've learned through practice how to achieve this balance. The smaller pieces will burn for perhaps an hour, maybe 90 minutes, producing consistent, gentle heat without the dramatic temperature spike that large logs would create. Then you'll return on your next round and add more similar pieces, maintaining the temperature rather than letting it rise and fall in the dramatic cycles of larger fires. You add one more piece of slightly larger wood, perhaps as thick as your wrist, to provide a bit more sustained heat, and then you step back, watching the fire develop, assessing whether you've achieved the balance you're seeking. The flames are moderate, not roaring, but not tentative either, burning steadily, producing heat that you can feel on your face, but that's not uncomfortable or overwhelming. The second library hearth receives the same careful treatment, the same attention to building moderate heat rather than intense warmth. You work methodically, stirring coals, adding appropriately sized pieces in appropriate quantities, creating a fire that will warm the space adequately without overheating it, that will protect the books while making the room usable for scholars who will arrive later in the morning. By the time you finish both library hearths, the room is noticeably warmer, the chill in the air reduced though not eliminated, and you know that within an hour the temperature will reach the ideal range, the fires providing exactly the gentle, consistent heat that the books require. The satisfaction you feel is different from what you feel when building dramatic fires in guest halls. More subtle, but equally valid. The pleasure of achieving precise results through careful technique. You pause for a moment before leaving the library, looking around the space in the growing light. Dawn is truly approaching now, the windows showing definite grey rather than black, and you can begin to make out the shapes of the tall shelves, the reading tables, the ladder on rails that allows access to the higher shelves. The shelves rise toward the ceiling, perhaps 12 feet high at their tallest, and they're filled with volumes whose spines show titles in multiple languages, some familiar like Common Speech and Sindarin, others completely foreign to your experience. There are ancient texts whose bindings are so worn that the titles are illegible, the leather darkened and cracked with age. There are newer volumes with crisp leather and bright gilding on their spines. There are scrolls in cylindrical containers, maps stored flat in wide drawers, manuscripts in protective boxes. This is knowledge preserved and protected, you think, not for the first time. The books in this room represent thousands of years of accumulated learning, histories and stories, sciences and philosophies, poetry and practical manuals, everything that the peoples of Middle-earth have thought worth recording and preserving. And your work, tending the fires that keep this room at the right temperature, is part of what protects that knowledge, ensures it survives for future generations who will read these same books, learn from these same pages. The thought brings quiet satisfaction, a sense that your simple labour contributes to something larger and more important than just comfort, that the fires you tend serve purposes beyond keeping people warm, that you're part of a long chain of workers who have maintained this library over centuries, each one doing their small part to preserve something precious. You retrieve your lantern, now barely necessary in the growing daylight, and you leave the library, pulling the heavy door closed carefully, hearing the latch click softly into place. The corridor outside feels warmer after the library's carefully maintained coolness, and you're reminded that different spaces require different temperatures, that your work involves constant adjustment and attention to varying needs. Your next destination is the Hall of Fire, the great common room where the elves gather in the evenings for music and stories, for conversation and companionship, for the communal activities that bind them together across their long lives. This is the centrepiece of Rivendell's public spaces, the heart of the community in many ways, and the hearth here is correspondingly grand, built on a scale that matches the room's importance and size. You walk through corridors that are now definitely lighter, the pre-dawn greyness having advanced to the point where you could probably navigate without your lantern if necessary, but you keep it lit out of habit, and because the lantern provides focused light that's still useful even when general ambient light is increasing. The flame burns steadily in its glass enclosure, using oil slowly, the reservoir perhaps 2/3 full still, plenty of fuel to last through your morning rounds. The Hall of Fire is vast, easily the largest single room in the complex, perhaps 60 feet long and 40 feet wide, with a vaulted ceiling that rises 3 stories at its highest point, supported by carved wooden beams that arc overhead like the ribs of some enormous creature. The scale is impressive, even intimidating slightly, designed to accommodate large gatherings, to create a sense of grandeur and importance, to make clear that significant events happen here. The ceiling beams are oak, dark with age and smoke from centuries of fires burning. Beneath them, each beam carved with intricate patterns that must have taken craftsmen months or years to complete. The carvings show leaves and vines, birds and animals, scenes from nature, rendered with skill and attention to detail. The patterns catch light from fires and lamps, creating shifting shadows that add depth and movement to the static images. Between the beams, the ceiling is plastered and painted, showing scenes from elven history rendered in colours that remain vivid despite their age. There's a painting of the stars in their original configurations before the reshaping of the world, constellations that no longer exist visible as they once were. There's a depiction of great ships sailing west toward the sunset, their white sails catching light, their prows cutting through painted waves. There are images of councils and battles, celebrations and departures, moments from the long history of the Eldar made visible in paint and plaster. The walls are decorated with tapestries and murals, alternating between woven and painted images, all of them showing scenes of importance to elven culture. There's a massive tapestry showing a great tree with silver leaves, underneath which elves and mortals sit in council, the details so fine that individual faces are recognisable even from across the room. There's a mural of mountains under stars, the peaks snow-covered and glowing, the sky deep blue-black studded with points of light that might be stars or might be gems embedded in the plaster. The floor is a mix of stone and wood, wide flagstones of grey granite, in the central areas where traffic is heaviest, polished oak planking near the walls where chairs and tables are arranged. The stone is worn smooth by centuries of feet, the surface developing a subtle patina that makes it gleam softly in firelight. The wood is dark with age and oil, maintained carefully to prevent warping and splitting. Beautiful in the way that old, well-maintained wood becomes beautiful, the grain visible, the growth rings telling stories of trees that lived for decades before being harvested and shaped. The furniture is arranged in semicircles facing the great hearth, chairs and benches positioned to allow conversation and to provide good views of the fire. The chairs are elven made, of course, which means they're both beautiful and comfortable, carved from oak and walnut and ash, upholstered in fabrics that are soft and durable, designed to be sat in for long periods without discomfort. Musical instruments rest on stands against the walls, waiting for the evenings when they'll be played. There are harps of various sizes, from small lap harps to great standing harps taller than a person. There are lyres and lutes, their strings waiting to be plucked. There are flutes of wood and silver, drums of different sizes and tones, bells that can be rung in patterns to create melodies. Each instrument is beautiful in itself, crafted with the attention to detail that elves bring to everything they make, functional but also decorative, tools for making music but also works of art. The hearth dominates the western wall, enormous and impressive, built on a scale that seems almost excessive, until you remember that this room sometimes holds 100 or more people and needs to keep them all warm even in the coldest weather. The hearth opening is perhaps 8 feet across and 5 feet high, deep enough that you can stand fully upright inside it if you step past the threshold, and the chimney that rises above it is proportionally massive, wide enough that you could probably fit 2 people standing side by side, though you've never tested this and have no intention of doing so. The hearthstone is some dark stone you can't identify, possibly basalt or some similar volcanic rock, chosen perhaps for its ability to withstand extreme heat without cracking or spalling. The stone has been worn smooth by centuries of use, the surface almost glassy in its polish, reflecting light in subtle ways, showing slight variations in colour where different minerals are present in the stone. The mantle above the hearth is proportionally substantial, a single massive piece of oak that must weigh hundreds of pounds, supported by stone corbels that emerge from the wall. The oak is carved with elaborate patterns, more complex than the simple leaf designs in other rooms, showing entire scenes from elven history rendered in high relief. The carving is masterful, the figures detailed enough that you can see expressions on faces, individual leaves on trees, the textures of fabric and armour. The hearth is never allowed to go completely out, you've learned. It maintains a continuous fire that has burned, according to Eristor, for over 600 years, tended by various hands, including now your own. The continuity is important to the elves in ways that go beyond the practical, representing something about the persistence of their culture, the maintenance of tradition, the way some things endure even as the world changes around them. The fire is symbolic as well as functional, representing light and warmth and civilization, the human and elven capacity to transform raw nature into comfort and beauty. Tonight the fire has burned down during the sleeping hours to a bed of coals that's still substantial, much larger than the coals in other hearths, because this fire was built larger initially and because it's never allowed to burn down as far as other fires might. The bed of coals is perhaps a foot deep and covers an area about the size of a large wagon, 4 feet across and 6 feet front to back, an enormous amount of stored heat waiting to be transformed back into active flame. The coals glow deep red in the darkness of the early morning, radiating heat that you can feel from 20 feet away, warming your face and hands even before you approach closely. The smell is pure wood smoke, oak and ash that's been burning for hours, the scent so clean and sharp that it seems to clear your sinuses, making breathing deeper and easier. This is the smell of the Hall of Fire, the olfactory signature that makes this space immediately recognizable, even if you were blindfolded and led here from elsewhere. The hall is empty now, completely silent except for the small sounds the building makes, the occasional creak of timber, the distant music of the waterfalls carried through stone and air. The silence feels strange in a space that's usually so full of music and voices, and you're aware that tonight this silence will be broken dramatically, that the solstice celebration will fill this hall with sound and light and activity, that the quiet you're experiencing now is temporary, a brief pause before renewal. But for now, the work is simple and familiar. You approach the great hearth with the respect you've learned to bring to this particular fire, aware that you're maintaining something larger than yourself, something that connects to the history and identity of this place in ways that go beyond mere function. You set your lantern on the broad stone mantle, far back where it won't be disturbed, and you take up the poker that rests beside the hearth. This poker is larger than the ones in other rooms, substantial enough to move the large logs that this hearth requires. Heavy iron bar, perhaps 4 feet long, thick as your thumb at the business end, tapering to a handle wrapped in multiple layers of leather to insulate against the heat that transfers up the iron when you're working close to intense flames. The poker is well balanced despite its size, designed to be wielded efficiently, and you've developed strength in your arms and shoulders over 3 years of using it regularly. You've learned to tend this fire in sections, working methodically around the hearth's interior rather than trying to address the whole bed of coals at once. The bed is simply too large to stir effectively from one position, and the heat is too intense to allow you to step inside the hearth where you might have better leverage. So you work from the perimeter, stirring and redistributing in manageable portions. You start on the left side of the hearth, reaching in with the long poker, working the iron through the coals, breaking up larger pieces that have formed as smaller coals fused together, redistributing heat from the centre toward the edges, where the coals are cooler, creating a more even temperature across the entire bed. The stirring is physical work, requiring strength to move the heavy poker through resistant coals, requiring endurance to maintain the effort across the large area you need to cover. The coals are deep here, accumulated over many hours of burning, layer upon layer of partially consumed wood, settling into compact masses that hold heat with remarkable efficiency. You work the poker down through the layers, making sure that heat is distributed throughout the depth of the bed rather than just on the surface, breaking apart any chunks that have become too large and dense to burn efficiently. The stirring releases trapped heat and causes the entire bed to brighten noticeably, the coals responding to the increased oxygen with renewed energy. Small flames appear throughout the disturbed areas, little flickers of yellow-orange light wherever hot coals and oxygen and remaining volatile compounds come together in the right proportions. The flames are brief, just momentary flares that disappear as quickly as they appeared, but they indicate that the coals are still very much alive, still holding enough heat to ignite new fuel without difficulty. You move across the hearth methodically, working left to right, stirring and redistributing, section by section. The work takes perhaps 15 minutes of steady effort, your arms feeling the exertion, your face hot from proximity to the intense radiant heat of the coals, sweat beginning to form on your forehead despite the winter cold of the hall. By the time you finish, the entire bed has been addressed, the coals redistributed, the heat evened out, the foundation prepared for new fuel. The wood for the hall of fire is stored in the hall itself, great stacks of it along the western wall near the hearth, logs as thick as your torso and twice as long, split from oak and ash trees, that grew for decades before being harvested and seasoned. The wood is stored here rather than in the external sheds for convenience, this hearth consuming so much fuel that transporting it from distant storage would be impractical, and also, perhaps for symbolic reasons, the visible abundance of fuel suggesting permanence and continuity, the fire's needs provided for, its maintenance assured. The logs are heavy, each one requiring both hands to lift, some of them requiring significant effort, even with good lifting technique and adequate strength. You've learned which logs you can handle solo and which ones you should avoid, the line being somewhere around 50 or 60 pounds. Logs heavier than that being both difficult to lift safely and also too large to position properly once you've lifted them. You select the first log carefully, choosing a piece of oak about 3 feet long and 8 inches in diameter, substantial but not unmanageably heavy. The oak is well seasoned, the bark slightly loose, the end grain showing checking cracks that indicate the wood has dried thoroughly. You lift it with both hands, feeling its weight settle into your arms and shoulders, perhaps 45 pounds, heavy but manageable, and you carry it to the hearth, walking carefully, not rushing despite the weight, aware that dropping a log could damage the hearthstone or scatter coals dangerously. You position the log carefully on the bed of coals, laying it across the width of the hearth, making sure it's bedded firmly on the hot coals so it will make good contact and begin heating immediately. The log settles into place with a soft sound, coals crunching beneath it, and you step back, letting your arms recover from the effort of lifting and positioning before selecting the next piece. The second log goes parallel to the first, spaced about 6 inches away, creating a channel between them where air can flow, ensuring that both logs will receive adequate oxygen for complete combustion. This log is slightly larger, perhaps 50 pounds, and you feel the strain in your lower back as you lift it. A reminder that even though you're strong from 3 years of this work, there are limits to what you can safely lift alone. The third and fourth logs go on top of the first two, perpendicular to them, creating a stable structure that will burn evenly, that maximizes surface area exposed to air and heat, that allows flames to circulate throughout the structure rather than just burning on the outside. The arrangement is important, the geometry of the stack affecting how completely the wood burns, how much heat it produces, how long it lasts. You add 2 more logs, the 5th and 6th, building up the fire in layers, creating a structure that will burn steadily for hours, providing sustained heat with minimal attention required. By the time you finish, you've added 6 substantial logs, perhaps 300 pounds of wood in total, and your arms and shoulders are feeling the accumulated effort. You're breathing slightly elevated from the physical work. The fire responds beautifully, exactly as you hoped it would, as you knew it would from 3 years of experience building fires in this same hearth. The flames that were small when you first placed wood on the coals grow rapidly as the logs heat up and begin to release combustible gases, yellow-orange tongues of fire licking up around the wood, spreading across surfaces, finding every available channel for air and fuel. Within 5 minutes of adding the last log, the entire structure is engulfed in flames, the fire burning with the deep roar of substantial wood consuming itself completely. The sound almost more felt than heard, a bass rumble that you perceive through your chest and stomach, as much as through your ears. The heat radiating from the hearth intensifies dramatically, and you step back several paces, no longer able to stand close to the flames without discomfort, your face feeling tight and hot from the radiant energy. The light from the fire spreads across the hall, illuminating the space in dancing golden light that reaches all the way to the ceiling, making the painted scenes visible, bringing the tapestries to life, casting moving shadows that seem to animate the carved figures on the pillars. The hall looks magnificent in this light, you think. Not for the first time, beautiful in ways that daylight can't quite match. The warm glow of firelight creating atmosphere and mood that electric light or even sunlight can't replicate. This is how the elves prefer this space, you've noticed, lit by fire rather than by lamps or by daylight, the ancient light of burning wood, creating connections to their long past, to the fires their ancestors burned, to the continuity of elven culture across the ages. There's something primal about fire that speaks to both mortals and elves, some deep recognition of fire's importance in making civilization possible, in transforming cold darkness into warm light. You stand for a long moment watching the fire burn, making sure it's truly established, that it's drawing properly, that the smoke is disappearing cleanly up the massive chimney without backdraft or spillage into the room. The draft is strong, you note with satisfaction. The chimney pulling hard, the smoke rising in a column so smooth it's almost invisible, except where it distorts the light from the flames behind it. The great hearth of the Hall of Fire is now burning magnificently, the continuous flame that has burned for 600 years, renewed for another day. The tradition maintained, the symbol kept bright. The satisfaction you feel is quiet but profound, a sense of having done something important, even though the work itself was simple, physical labour transformed into cultural continuity through context and meaning. 2 hours have passed since you woke, and dawn is truly arriving now. The sky, visible through the high windows of the Hall of Fire, is no longer dark but pale blue, shading toward gold, and the brightest stars have disappeared, overwhelmed by the increasing light of approaching sunrise. Your lantern has become completely unnecessary, the combination of growing daylight and the massive fire providing more than adequate light, and you extinguish it to save the remaining oil, the wick smoking briefly before going dark. You leave the Hall of Fire and begin working through the guest chambers, the individual rooms where visitors to Rivendell are housed, each one with its own small hearth requiring attention. This part of your route takes the longest, not because any individual hearth is difficult, but because there are many of them, 20 rooms scattered through 3 corridors, each requiring the same basic service. The work continues steadily, guest chamber after guest chamber, each one receiving your careful attention, each fire built properly, whether the room is occupied or empty. You knock softly before entering occupied rooms, work quietly to avoid disturbing sleeping guests, rebuild fires that have burned down during the night, ensure that everyone wakes to warmth and comfort. The pattern repeats with variations in detail, but not in essence. Some rooms are colder than others, some fires have burned down more completely, some guests are awake, and some are sleeping, but the work remains fundamentally the same. Assess the situation, stir the coals, add appropriate fuel in appropriate amounts, watch the fire establish itself, move on to the next location. By the time you finish all the guest chambers, the sun has risen fully, visible now above the eastern mountains, pouring golden light down into the valley. The morning has fully arrived, Rivendell is waking, and your morning rounds are nearly complete. Just the dining hall remains, and you make your way there with tired feet but satisfied mind, knowing that the work has been done well, that all the fires you've tended are burning properly, that warmth and comfort are spreading through Rivendell as people wake and begin their days. The dining hall is your next and final destination for the morning rounds, a large room designed to accommodate communal meals, with long tables that can seat perhaps 50 people at once, more if the benches are crowded together. The room is generous in its proportions, perhaps 40 feet long and 25 feet wide, with a ceiling that rises to 12 feet, high enough to prevent the space from feeling cramped even when fully occupied, but not so high as to make heating difficult. The elves don't eat breakfast in the mortal sense, their need for food being different from yours, lighter and less frequent, their bodies sustained as much by the beauty and light of ardour as by physical nourishment. But they maintain the dining hall for guests who do require regular meals, the hospitality of Rivendell extending to providing not just shelter, but also sustenance, ensuring that all who come here find their needs met, whether those needs are elven or mortal in nature. You've learned over your years here that hospitality is central to Rivendell's identity, that Elrond takes seriously the idea that this is the last homely house, a place of welcome and comfort for all who come here in good faith. The name itself speaks to this mission, the last homely house, suggesting both an ending and a beginning, the last place of familiar comfort before venturing into wilderness, the first place of warmth and welcome when returning from danger and hardship. The dining hall embodies this hospitality in physical form, the space designed to make meals pleasant and comfortable, to create atmosphere conducive to conversation and companionship, to transform the simple act of eating into something more meaningful, a shared experience that builds community across differences of race and culture and purpose. The walls are painted a warm cream colour, lighter than the walls in other rooms, creating a sense of brightness, even when the light is dim. The paint has a slight texture to it, not perfectly smooth, giving the walls visual interest without being distracting. There are windows along the eastern wall, tall, narrow openings that admit morning light, and the light this morning is beautiful. Golden winter sun streaming through the glass, making rectangles of brightness on the stone floor. The long tables are oak, dark with age and oil, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of plates and cups and elbows, the wood developing the particular patina that comes from constant use and careful maintenance. The tables are substantial pieces, each one perhaps 15 feet long and 3 feet wide. Thick planks, supported by heavy trestle bases, furniture built to last 4 generations, possibly for centuries. The benches that flank the tables are similarly sturdy, long pieces of oak with simple carved legs, no backs, designed for communal seating rather than individual comfort. The lack of backs encourages people not to linger too long after meals, to eat and converse, and then move on to other activities, keeping the dining hall available for its primary purpose rather than allowing it to become an all-day sitting room. At the head of each table is a single chair, more elaborate than the benches, with arms and a back, a position of slight honour for whoever might host that particular table during formal meals. The chairs are carved with simple patterns, leaves and vines, nothing ostentatious, but acknowledging that some differentiation of seating is appropriate for certain occasions. The hall has 4 hearths positioned along the walls, 2 on the north wall and 2 on the south, creating a distributed heating system that warms the room evenly, rather than creating hot spots near hearths and cold spots far from them. The hearths are medium-sized, each one about 3 feet across, substantial enough to heat a quarter of the space, but not so large as to dominate the wall or consume excessive amounts of fuel. The room is cold when you enter, noticeably colder than the corridors you've been walking through, the fires having burned down during the night and the large volume of the space having cooled substantially. Your breath makes clouds in the chilly air, and you can feel the temperature difference immediately, your skin tightening slightly in response to the cold. But the kitchen staff is already at work. You can hear them through the door that connects the dining hall to the kitchen, voices calling instructions, the clang of pots and pans, the sounds of preparation for the morning meal. The kitchen is on the other side of that door, a separate space with its own large hearths and ovens, constantly occupied during waking hours, constantly producing the food that feeds Rivendell's residents and visitors. The sounds are comforting in their familiarity, the normal background noise of a working kitchen, people who know their jobs performing them with efficiency and occasional humour. You can hear Mara's voice among the others, calling out something about the porridge, her tone suggesting mild exasperation with someone who has let the pots simmer too long, or not long enough. The eternal challenges of cooking for many people with varying preferences and expectations. You work through the 4 hearths methodically, rebuilding each fire in turn, creating warmth that will make breakfast a comfortable experience rather than an endurance test. The work has become so automatic that you barely think about it consciously, your hands knowing what to do, selecting the right amount of kindling, positioning it correctly, adding the appropriate size logs at the right time, watching each fire establish itself before moving to the next hearth. The rhythm is soothing in its way, the repetition creating a kind of meditation, your mind free to wander while your body performs its practiced movements. You think about the day ahead, about the work still remaining, the midday rounds and the wood preparation, and the evening rounds and the midnight check. You think about the solstice celebration, wondering what it will be like, whether the celestial event will be as impressive as the elves seem to expect. You think about nothing in particular, just letting thoughts drift through your mind without trying to hold them or examine them too closely. The mental equivalent of the physical wandering you sometimes do during your rare free time, walking through Rivendell's gardens without destination or purpose, just being present in the space, observing without agenda. The first hearth builds quickly, the coals still relatively warm, the kindling catching immediately, the larger wood igniting within minutes. The second hearth is similar, the fire establishing itself smoothly, flames growing steadily, heat beginning to radiate into the cold room. The third hearth requires more attention, the coals having burned down further, nearly cold, requiring extra kindling and careful nurturing to coax back to life. By the time you reach the fourth hearth, the room is already noticeably warmer, the 3 fires you've already built pumping heat into the space, taking the edge off the morning chill. The cold is not eliminated, not yet, but it's reduced, made tolerable, transformed from the kind of cold that makes you want to leave immediately into the kind of cool that's merely slightly uncomfortable, easily ignored. The fourth fire builds as easily as the first 2, and you watch it for a moment, making sure it's established properly before you consider your work complete. The 4 hearths are all burning well now, flames dancing in 4 separate locations around the room, light and warmth spreading from 4 sources creating an even distribution of heat that will make the entire space comfortable within the next hour. You can smell food cooking more strongly now, the scents from the kitchen penetrating through the connecting door, mixing with the wood smoke from the hearths you've just rebuilt. There's bread baking, that unmistakable yeasty smell of dough transforming into crust and crumb, becoming something greater than the sum of its ingredients. There's porridge simmering, oats and water, and perhaps some spices, simple food that becomes satisfying through proper preparation. There's bacon frying, the salty fatty smell that makes your stomach wake up and remind you that you haven't eaten yet this morning, that 4 hours of physical labour have consumed energy that needs to be replaced. There's something sweet baking, maybe the honey cakes Mara mentioned, the scent of honey and butter and flour combining into something that promises pleasure and comfort. The smells make you realise how hungry you are, your body's need for fuel making itself known now that the immediate demands of work have eased slightly. But breakfast will have to wait a little longer, until you return to your quarters and rebuild your own fire, until you complete the transition from work mode to rest mode, making yourself presentable for the meal. By the time you finish the dining hall, the space is warming nicely, the 4 fires working together to heat the large room, creating temperature that will make breakfast pleasant for whoever comes to eat. You're satisfied with the work, with the fires you've built, with the warmth you've created. The morning rounds are complete, all 37 hearths tended, all fires burning well, Rivendell awake and warming as the sun climbs higher in the winter sky. You make your way back to your quarters, walking through corridors that are now busy with morning activity. You pass servants carrying linens, fresh sheets and blankets to replace the ones removed from guest rooms for washing. You pass someone else hauling buckets of water, the water probably destined for the bathing rooms or for the kitchen. Constant supply needed for the many uses that water serves in a building housing dozens of people. Through an open door, you see someone sweeping a floor, pushing a straw broom across stone, collecting the dust and debris that accumulates even in well-maintained spaces. The person sweeping is young, perhaps 15 or 16, new to Rivendell based on their unfamiliar face, learning the basic tasks that all household workers begin with before moving to more specialised duties. These are your fellow workers, mortals like yourself, who keep Rivendell functioning, who perform the countless small tasks that make civilised life possible. The elves could probably do all of this themselves, their long lives giving them time for any amount of labour, but they seem to appreciate having mortal workers, perhaps because it creates connection to the mortal world beyond the valley, perhaps because they value the different perspective that short-lived races bring. The urgency and intensity that comes from knowing your time is limited. You exchange nods of acknowledgement as you pass these other workers, the wordless communication of people who share common purpose even if you don't know each other well. There's a sense of camaraderie in the shared work, in the knowledge that everyone here is contributing to maintaining this place, that the comfort and beauty of Rivendell depend on many hands working together, each person doing their part. Your room is indeed cold when you enter, as you knew it would be. The fire you built before beginning your rounds, having burned down during the 4 hours of your absence. The single log you added has been largely consumed, reduced to coals and ash, still glowing faintly, but providing minimal heat, just enough to keep the room from reaching the full outdoor temperature, but not enough to make the space comfortable. You rebuild your fire quickly, working with the practiced efficiency of long experience, your hands knowing exactly what to do without requiring conscious thought. Stir the coals, gather them together, add kindling in the 3-stick pattern, blow gently to encourage ignition. Watch the flames catch and spread. Add a larger log, watch it begin to burn. The entire process takes perhaps 3 minutes. Muscle memory and accumulated skill making the work nearly effortless. Within minutes you have a cheerful fire burning, warming your small room, making it comfortable for the rest period you're about to take. The fire crackles pleasantly, making the small sounds of burning wood, and the light flickers across the stone walls, creating the familiar, dancing shadows that have become part of your daily experience. You wash your hands and face in the basin of water on your table, cold water that makes you gasp slightly when it touches your sleep-warm skin. But that feels good, refreshing, washing away the accumulated ash and sweat from 4 hours of work near hot fires. The water is cold enough to make your face tingle, cold enough to shock you more fully awake, and you towel yourself dry vigorously, rubbing circulation back into skin that the cold water has chilled. You change into a slightly cleaner shirt, one without ash smudges on the sleeves, or the slight smell of smoke that clings to clothes worn while tending fires. The effort at presentability is minimal but meaningful, a small acknowledgement that you're transitioning from work mode to rest mode, that the next hour belongs to you rather than to your duties. The clean shirt is the same basic design as the one you were wearing, plain linen, undyed, practical rather than decorative, but it's fresh and unstained and it feels good against your skin, slightly crisp from being folded rather than worn. These small comforts matter, you've learned, the difference between clean clothes and dirty clothes, between washed skin and unwashed skin, between order and disorder in your personal space and presentation. The walk to the kitchen is short, just down one corridor and around a corner, and you arrive to find Mara arranging plates and cups on a large tray, setting up for the breakfast service that will begin shortly as guests make their way to the dining hall. The kitchen is warm, always the warmest room in Rivendell due to the large cooking hearths that burn constantly, never allowed to go completely out, maintaining embers at minimum so they can be quickly built back to cooking heat when needed. The temperature difference between the corridor and the kitchen is immediately noticeable, perhaps 15 or 20 degrees warmer, and you feel your skin relax as the warmth surrounds you, penetrating through your clothes, easing muscles that have been slightly tensed against the cold of the unheated corridors. The kitchen is large, necessarily so to prepare food for the number of people who eat here regularly. The space is perhaps 30 feet long and 20 feet wide, with a high ceiling to allow heat and cooking smells to rise and disperse. The walls are practical stone and plaster, painted white for cleanliness and light reflection, without the decorative elements of the public spaces. The floor is stone, worn smooth from centuries of feet, sloped subtly toward drains in the corners that carry away spilled water. 2 large hearths dominate opposite walls, each one fitted with iron cranes and hooks for suspending pots over the flames, with flat surfaces for griddles and skillets, with ovens built into the stonework for baking. The hearths are burning now, moderate fires that provide cooking heat without the intense temperature that space heating requires, carefully managed to give cooks the control they need for different dishes requiring different temperatures. There are large tables in the centre of the room, oak workbenches scarred from years of chopping and kneading and rolling, their surfaces worn into subtle concave shapes by the constant pressure of work. On the tables are bowls and cutting boards, measuring cups and wooden spoons, all the tools of cooking arranged for easy access, everything positioned where experience has shown it's most useful. Shelves line the walls, holding dishes and serving platters, storage jars of flour and sugar and salt, containers of dried herbs and spices, everything organised with the practical efficiency of a well-run kitchen. The shelves are sturdy oak, built to hold weight, and they're packed with supplies, evidence of the abundance that Rivendell maintains, ensuring that food is always available, that no one goes hungry regardless of how many unexpected guests arrive. Mara is at her usual station near the main hearth, her domain after 30 years of working in this kitchen, the space so familiar to her that she could probably navigate it blindfolded. She's a woman of perhaps 50 years, though her actual age is difficult to determine with certainty, her face showing the lines of middle age but her movements still efficient and sure, her body still capable of the physical demands of kitchen work. She's dressed in practical kitchen clothes, a simple dress covered by a large apron, both showing the stains of long use despite regular washing. Food and smoke, leaving marks that can't be completely removed. Her hair is grey, pulled back in a bun secured with wooden pins, and her hands are strong and capable, marked with small scars from years of working with knives and hot pots, the inevitable injuries of kitchen labour. When she sees you, her round face breaks into a smile, the expression warm and genuine, the smile of someone who takes pleasure in feeding people, in providing nourishment and comfort through food. Mara has been kind to you since your first day in Rivendell, making sure you got proper meals, explaining the routines of the household, treating you with a sort of practical affection that characterises her interactions with everyone. "There you are," she says, her voice carrying easily across the kitchen, warm and slightly rough, the voice of someone who spends much of their day calling instructions and asking questions. "Sit yourself down and I'll get you sorted. You've been working for hours and you'll be working for hours more. Need to keep your strength up, especially with the celebration tonight. It's going to be a long day." The suggestion is phrased as advice but delivered with the tone of someone who expects to be obeyed, and you don't consider refusing. You sit at the small table in the corner where the kitchen staff takes their own meals, a spot that's become familiar over 3 years of breakfasts here. A scarred oak table with benches worn smooth by countless bodies, positioned near enough to the hearth to be warm, but far enough away to avoid the intense heat of cooking fires. Mara brings you a plate loaded with more food than you strictly need, but this is her way, feeding people generously, making sure no one leaves her kitchen hungry. The plate holds eggs scrambled with herbs, probably chives and parsley, based on the green flecks visible in the yellow curds. The eggs cooked soft but not runny, exactly the way you prefer them, though. You've never specifically told her this, she's just observed your preferences over years of feeding you. There are strips of bacon, crispy at the edges and slightly chewy in the middle, cooked to that perfect state between undercooked and burned, salty and fatty and satisfying. The bacon is from pigs raised in the valley. You know, animals that live good lives rooting in the forest before being slaughtered humanely and processed carefully. Rivendell's approach to meat being ethical, even by the high standards of places that care about such things. There's bread still warm from the oven, thick slices of brown bread dense with grain, the kind of bread that provides sustenance rather than just filling space in your stomach. The bread is spread with butter that's already beginning to melt from the warmth of the bread, soaking into the crumb, creating richness that transforms simple bread into something luxurious. And there are 3 honey cakes, each one golden and glistening with honey that's been baked into the dough, the promised treat that Mara mentioned yesterday. The honey cakes are perhaps 3 inches across and 1 inch thick, small individual cakes rather than slices of a larger cake, and they smell wonderful, sweet and rich, the honey providing complex flavour that cheap sugar could never match. "Eat," Mara commands, in the tone of someone who won't tolerate arguments, though her tone is fond rather than harsh, the way a mother might speak to a child she cares about. You've been working since before dawn, and you need fuel. Can't tend fires if you don't tend yourself first. You eat gratefully. The food delicious after hours of physical labour that have left you genuinely hungry. The eggs are perfectly cooked, soft and creamy, flavoured subtly with the herbs, the chives providing a gentle onion note, while the parsley adds freshness. The texture is smooth and pleasant, not rubbery or watery, just tender curds that fall apart easily when you press them with your fork. The bacon is everything bacon should be, salty and savoury and fatty, providing the kind of substantial protein that will sustain you through the coming hours of work. Each bite releases flavour that seems concentrated and intense, the pork having been cured with salt, and perhaps a little sugar, then smoked over hardwood until the meat developed the characteristic bacon taste and texture. The bread is exceptional, the kind of bread that makes you understand why bread is called the staff of life, why humans have been baking wheat into loaves for thousands of years. The crumb is dense but not heavy, chewy but not tough, with a complex flavour that suggests whole grains rather than refined white flour. The butter melts into the warm bread, creating pockets of rich fat that make each bite feel indulgent. And the honey cakes are a particular delight, sweet but not cloying, the honey providing flavour that's complex and floral, tasting faintly of whatever flowers the bees were visiting when they made this particular honey. The cake itself is tender and fine-textured, the kind of crumb that comes from careful mixing and proper baking, and the combination of sweet honey and rich butter and delicate cake creates something that feels like a celebration, even though it's just breakfast. You eat all 3 honey cakes, savouring each bite, and Mara smiles with satisfaction when she sees your empty plate. The smile of someone who takes genuine pleasure in seeing others enjoy food she's prepared. This is her contribution to Rivendell, you think. Not the dramatic work of warriors or scholars, but the essential work of keeping people fed, providing the fuel that makes all other work possible. "Good lad," she says when you finish, taking your plate to the washing area. "Now you're properly fueled. Go rest for a bit before you start your next round. You've earned it. And come by later before the evening service. I'll have something special for you then too. Can't have our fire tender working through the solstice celebration on an empty stomach." The offer is kind, and you thank her genuinely, appreciating both the food and the thought behind it, the care she shows for the workers under her informal authority. Mara might not have an official title like head cook, but everyone knows she runs this kitchen, that her word is final in matters of food preparation and service, that she's earned her position through decades of reliable, excellent work. You leave the kitchen with a pleasantly full stomach and the beginning of that post-meal drowsiness that makes rest particularly appealing. The walk back to your quarters is short, and you arrive to find your room warm from the fire you rebuilt earlier, comfortable and inviting, the small space that has become your home over 3 years of living here. The chair near the window is positioned to catch light if you want to read, though you're not planning to read now, just to rest, to let your body recover from the morning's exertions before beginning the afternoon's work. You settle into the chair with a slight groan of satisfaction, your muscles relaxing, your body grateful for the opportunity to not be moving, not be lifting, not be walking. The chair is wood, not upholstered, but it's shaped well enough that it's reasonably comfortable despite the hardness of the seat and back. The wood is oak, dark with age and oil, worn smooth where your body makes contact, shaped slightly by years of use. The arms are at the right height for resting your elbows, and the back is angled to support your spine without forcing you into rigid upright posture. You sit and watch the fire, letting your mind drift, not really thinking about anything in particular, just allowing yourself to be present in the moment, resting body and mind after the morning's work. The fire burns with steady flame, the log you added earlier consuming itself gradually, transforming solid wood into heat and light and ash through the ancient chemistry of combustion. The flames dance and flicker, never still, always moving, creating patterns that shift and change from moment to moment. There's something hypnotic about watching fire, something that captures attention without demanding it, that allows the mind to wander while the eyes remain focused on the moving light. Humans have been watching fires for perhaps 1,000,000 years, you think, sitting beside flames in caves and huts and houses, finding comfort and safety in the light and warmth. Your breathing slows, your muscles continue to relax, and you feel yourself drifting toward the edge of sleep. That pleasant state where you're not quite asleep, but not fully awake either. Consciousness reduced to simple sensory awareness, without the constant mental chatter that usually fills your waking mind. The warmth of the fire, the fullness of your stomach, the fatigue in your muscles, all combine to create a sense of deep comfort and contentment. You don't fall completely asleep. You're too aware of time passing and of the work that awaits you, but you drift in that pleasant, in-between state for perhaps 45 minutes. Your body resting, even if your mind doesn't completely shut down. The rest is good, necessary, allowing your muscles to recover partially, giving your mind a break from the constant attention that work requires. When you finally rouse yourself, checking the time by the angle of sunlight through your window, you're surprised to find that the hour has passed more quickly than it seemed. The sun is noticeably higher now, mid-morning rather than early morning, and you realize you need to begin preparing for the midday rounds, the second major cycle of fire tending that will take you through all 37 hearths again. You stand and stretch, feeling joints pop and settle, feeling muscles that are slightly stiff from the morning's work beginning to warm and loosen with movement. The rest has helped. You feel more energized than you did when you first sat down, ready for the next phase of work, even though you're not looking forward to another 4 hours of walking and lifting and bending. But this is the work you've chosen, the work you've committed to doing, and you'll do it properly regardless of how you feel about it. The fires need tending whether you're tired or energetic, whether you're enthusiastic or reluctant, and you've never been someone to shirk responsibilities because the work is demanding or repetitive. You add another log to your fire, ensuring it will burn through your absence during the midday rounds, and you prepare yourself mentally for the work ahead. The routine is identical to the morning work, but somehow different. You know from experience, the halls now occupied rather than empty, the hearths being used rather than waiting to be used, people present to acknowledge your labour or to ignore it depending on their individual awareness and inclination. The midday rounds begin with the Eastern Guest Hall, the same first stop as the morning rounds, the same route you'll follow through all 37 hearths. But the hall is different now, occupied by a small group of elves who are sitting near the main hearth, engaged in conversation in Sindarin, their voices musical even in normal speech, the language itself sounding like song to ears accustomed to the harsher sounds of common speech. They glance at you when you enter, but don't interrupt their discussion, and you work around them quietly, tending the fire while they continue their talk. The social protocol has become automatic over 3 years. You know how to be present but not intrusive, how to perform your work without demanding attention or disrupting the activities of others, how to be functionally invisible when that's appropriate. The hearth has burned down substantially since you tended it 4 hours ago. The wood you added then now reduced to coals and ash, exactly as you expected. The larger logs have been mostly consumed, leaving a bed of coals perhaps 4 inches deep, still glowing, still producing heat, but diminished from the full fire you built this morning. You stir the coals, consolidating the heat, gathering the scattered embers into a tighter pile that will provide better foundation for new fuel. The poker moves through the coals with the familiar resistance, the sound of iron against carbon and ash, and small flames appear wherever you disturb the bed, brief flickers of yellow-orange that indicate the coals are still very much alive. The elves continue their conversation, discussing something that involves gestures toward the mountains visible through the windows, possibly planning a journey or discussing some event that occurred in those mountains you can't tell from the fragments you overhear. Their voices rise and fall in the musical cadence of Sindarin, a language you've never learned beyond a few common phrases, though you've heard it spoken daily for 3 years and have come to appreciate its beauty even without understanding its meaning. You add kindling in the familiar pattern, 3 pieces arranged to create airflow, and you watch as they catch fire almost immediately, the dry pine igniting where it touches the hot coals, flames spreading quickly. Then you add medium pieces, 2 logs of oak about as thick as your wrist, positioning them to create stable structure, while allowing flames to reach their surfaces. The fire builds steadily, responding to the still hot coals, developing quickly from kindling flames to substantial burning. You add 2 larger logs, the final layer, creating a fire that will burn for another 4 hours or so, providing warmth until your next round in the evening. One of the elves shifts his chair slightly closer to the hearth as the warmth increases, a small, unconscious gesture of appreciation for the comfort you're providing. He doesn't look at you directly or acknowledge your presence verbally, but the movement is recognition enough, a sign that the work you do matters even if it's rarely explicitly acknowledged. You move to the second hearth in the eastern guest hall, the smaller decorative one, and repeat the process. Stir coals, add kindling, watch it catch, add larger wood, watch the fire establish itself. The rhythm is so familiar now that you could probably do it with your eyes closed, your hands knowing what to do through pure muscle memory developed over thousands of repetitions. The pattern continues through all 37 hearths, the route identical to the morning, the work essentially the same but occurring in different context. The library is now occupied by several scholars, elves bent over old manuscripts and books, their fingers tracing lines of text in languages you can't read, their faces showing the concentrated attention of deep study. You work as quietly as possible in the library, not wanting to disturb their concentration, your movements smooth and practiced, the poker handled carefully to minimize sound, the wood placed gently rather than dropped. One of the scholars looks up briefly when you enter, nods acknowledgement and returns to his reading. The interaction wordless but friendly, recognition without interruption. The library fires receive their careful moderate building, smaller pieces added more frequently, maintaining the consistent, gentle heat that protects the books while providing adequate comfort for readers. You've become skilled at judging the library temperature by feel and by observing the scholar's behaviour, able to adjust the fires to maintain the ideal environment without needing to ask or to use instruments. The Hall of Fire requires substantial wood again, the great hearth having consumed the 6 large logs you added this morning, reducing them to coals that fill the hearth opening with glowing embers. The hall is empty during midday, the elves occupied with other activities, and you work alone in the vast space, your footsteps echoing slightly, the silence somehow emphasizing the hall's size. The great hearth demands physical effort, the large logs heavy, the poker requiring strength to move through the deep bed of coals. You work methodically, section by section, stirring and redistributing, then adding new fuel, 6 more substantial logs that will burn through the afternoon and into the evening, maintaining the continuous flame that has burned for 600 years. The fire builds magnificently again, responding to your practiced technique, the flames growing from small flickers around newly added wood to full roaring combustion within minutes. The heat is intense and you step back after adding the final log, your face hot from proximity to the flames, sweat forming on your forehead despite the winter cold of the hall. The guest chambers present their usual mix of occupied and empty rooms, each one receiving the same attention regardless of current use. You knock softly before entering occupied rooms, work efficiently and quietly, rebuild fires that have burned down, ensure that warmth is maintained throughout the guest wing. The dwarf thanks you again when you rebuild his fire, commenting on the cold, mentioning that dwarves prefer stable temperatures, that living underground creates expectations of environmental control that surface dwellings can't always match. You nod understanding and build his fire slightly larger than you might otherwise, ensuring he'll be truly comfortable rather than merely tolerably warm. An elven visitor in another room pauses in his writing to offer thanks, one of the few elves who regularly acknowledges your work verbally. He's a musician, you know, one of the performers who will play tonight during the solstice celebration, and he seems to appreciate the warmth you provide, understanding perhaps that cold fingers don't play instruments well, that physical comfort contributes to artistic performance. Most people simply ignore you, which is fine, expected even. You're part of the household infrastructure, like the plumbing or the roof, noticed primarily when something goes wrong, invisible when everything is working as it should. There's no resentment in this observation, just acceptance of the way service work functions, the necessary labour that enables other people's comfort and activity while remaining largely unseen. The dining hall is setting up for the midday meal when you arrive, tables being laid with plates and utensils, the kitchen sending out the first dishes of what will be a substantial spread. The smell of food fills the hall, roasted vegetables and fresh bread, something with rosemary and garlic that makes your mouth water despite having eaten a large breakfast just 2 hours ago. You work quickly to tend the 4 hearths before the room fills with diners, stirring coals that have burned down to embers, adding fuel to rebuild the fires, creating warmth that will make the meal comfortable. The fires respond well, your morning work having left good beds of coals that make rebuilding easy and quick. By early afternoon, you've completed the midday rounds, walking miles through Rivendell's corridors, tending all 37 hearths, ensuring that warmth is maintained throughout the building. Your feet are slightly tired. Your shoulders feel the accumulated strain of lifting wood and wielding the heavy poker. Your hands are warm from constant proximity to fire and from handling rough wood and iron tools. But the work is done well. You're satisfied with the fires you've built, and you return to your quarters for a brief rest and a light meal before beginning the afternoon's wood preparation. The rest is short, perhaps 20 minutes, just enough to sit down and take weight off your feet, to eat some bread and cheese that you brought from the kitchen earlier, to drink cool water that refreshes and rehydrates. The afternoon is designated for wood preparation, the essential but unglamorous task of ensuring that the evening and night will have adequate fuel. This work doesn't require the skilled judgment of fire tending, the subtle assessments of temperature and draft and wood characteristics, just physical labour and persistence, moving wood from the storage sheds to the individual hearths throughout Rivendell, stacking it within easy reach so that you can work efficiently during the evening rounds. The work is purely physical, the kind of labour that engages the body while allowing the mind to wander. Repetitive movements that become almost meditative through their simplicity and their rhythm. Bend, lift, carry, place, over and over, trip after trip, armload after armload, until all 37 hearths are stocked with adequate fuel for the evening and night. You change into your oldest work clothes for this task, trousers and shirt that are already stained and worn. No point in ruining better clothes with the dirt and bark that will inevitably accumulate during hours of handling firewood. The clothes are comfortable in their worn state, soft from many washings, shaped to your body through long use, and you pull them on with the satisfaction of wearing something perfectly broken in. The wood storage sheds are located near the stables, practical placement that keeps them accessible from multiple directions while positioning them outside the main building where the bulk and mess of wood storage won't intrude on living spaces. The sheds are substantial structures, built to last, with stone foundations and heavy timber framing, roofs that slope to shed snow and rain, designed specifically for the purpose of keeping firewood dry and organised. The walk to the sheds takes you outside into the winter afternoon, and you're struck again by the beauty of the valley, the way sunlight illuminates the snow-covered mountains, the way ice formations on the waterfalls catch light and throw back rainbow glints, the way the bare trees create delicate patterns of branches against the blue sky. The air is cold and clean, the kind of winter air that seems to sharpen everything, making colours more vivid, sounds more clear, distances easier to judge. Your breath makes large clouds in the cold air, and you can feel your nose and ears beginning to chill, the exposed skin losing heat rapidly to the cold surroundings. But the cold is invigorating rather than oppressive, making you feel awake and alert, the temperature reminding you that you're alive, that your body is working to maintain its temperature against the environment's attempt to cool it. The sheds are built along a stone wall that provides wind protection. 3 large structures placed side by side, each one perhaps 20 feet long and 12 feet wide, open on one side for easy access, but roofed and partially walled to keep weather out. Inside, the wood is stacked in careful arrangements that you and other workers maintain, different types separated, different sizes organised for easy selection. everything positioned to make retrieval efficient. The organisation is the result of years of accumulated wisdom about wood storage, the arrangement developed through trial and error, adjusted and refined until it works as well as possible. Pine kindling in bundles on the left of each shed, easy to grab quickly. Medium pieces sorted by type in the centre sections, oak here, ash there, beech in the next bay. Large logs stacked in the rear, organised by both type and size. The system allowing you to find exactly what you need without extensive searching. The wood storage areas smell wonderful if you appreciate the scent of cut timber. And you do, having come to associate these smells with your work, with the satisfaction of providing warmth, with the essential human activity of transforming trees into fuel. Oak is sharp and tannic, a clean smell that seems to clear your sinuses, almost medicinal in its intensity. Ash is milder, slightly sweet, with undertones that remind you vaguely of vanilla, though you're not sure if that's accurate or just association. Beech has a nutty quality, warm and inviting, making you think of autumn and harvest even in the middle of winter. Pine is intensely resinous, almost overwhelming in concentrated doses but pleasant in moderation, the smell promising quick ignition and hot flames. Each wood has its own character, its own qualities, its own appropriate uses, and you've learned to identify them by smell as reliably as by sight or by the feel of their bark and grain. You bring your cart from its storage spot, checking the wheels and the bed, making sure everything is sound and ready for heavy use. The cart is old but well maintained, its wooden bed, scarred from years of service but still solid, its iron-rimmed wheels turning smoothly on axles that have been recently greased. The handles are worn smooth from countless hands gripping them, shaped by use into forms that fit human hands comfortably. You position the cart near the first shed opening and begin loading wood, selecting pieces appropriate for the various hearths you'll be tending later. You need kindling for all 37 locations, medium pieces in varying amounts depending on each hearth size and use pattern, and large logs in quantities that reflect how much heat each space requires. The work is purely physical, requiring strength and endurance rather than skill or judgment, though there's technique involved in loading the cart efficiently, in balancing the weight distribution so the cart pulls easily, in stacking the wood so it doesn't shift or fall during transport. You develop rhythm quickly, your body settling into the repetitive movements, your breathing adjusting to match the exertion. Bend at the knees, not at the waist, protecting your back from strain. Grasp the wood firmly, feeling for rough spots or splinters before committing your grip. Lift smoothly, using leg muscles rather than back muscles, straightening in one controlled motion rather than jerking upward. Carry to the cart 3 or 4 steps, weight balanced. Place on the cart bed, fitting the piece into the growing stack, creating stable structure. Return to the woodpile, select the next piece, repeat. The rhythm is meditative, the repetition creating a mental state similar to what you experience when tending fires. Your mind free to wander, while your body performs automatic movements. You think about the solstice celebration tonight, wondering what the celestial event will look like, whether the stars will really appear to fall as the elves have been describing, whether the sight will be as impressive as they seem to expect. You think about the year that's ending, reflecting on the fact that this is your 3rd winter solstice in Rivendell, that you've been here long enough now, that the work feels completely familiar, that you can't quite remember what your life was like before you arrived. The previous years of wandering, having faded into vague memories of movement and uncertainty. You think about nothing in particular, just letting thoughts drift through your mind like clouds across the sky, appearing and dissolving without requiring attention or analysis. The mental equivalent of the physical repetition you're engaged in, both body and mind operating in that pleasant state of activity without stress, work without anxiety. The cart fills quickly, and you wheel it back toward the main building, the weight pressing down through the handles. Your arms and shoulders taking the strain of several £100 of wood. The path is smooth stone, well maintained and level, but it's still work to move this much weight, and you're breathing harder by the time you reach your first destination, your muscles warm from the exertion despite the winter cold. The eastern guest hall is closest, and you unload a substantial stack of wood beside the main hearth, arranging it neatly to maximise the use of space while keeping it accessible for tonight's fire building. You organise the wood by size as you stack it, kindling in front, medium pieces in the middle, large logs at the back, creating a system that will allow you to select what you need quickly when you return for the evening rounds. The wood forms a small wall of fuel when you finish, perhaps 3 feet long and 2 feet high, oak and ash and pine in various sizes, everything you'll need to maintain this hearth through the evening celebration and into the night. The stack is neat and stable, the wood fitted together carefully, creating a structure that won't collapse or scatter, that looks organised rather than haphazard. The pattern repeats over and over for hours. Load the cart at the storage shed, wheel it to a destination, unload and stack the wood in organised arrangement, return for another load. The eastern guest hall receives its supply, both hearths stocked adequately. The library gets smaller quantities of carefully selected pieces, the smaller wood appropriate for moderate fires. The hall of fire requires 3 separate cartloads, the great hearth's appetite for fuel demanding abundant supply. You pass other workers during your trips back and forth, the afternoon being a busy time for household labour. Thomas is leading a horse that's just been reshod, the horse stepping carefully on new iron shoes, getting used to the feel. Eliza is carrying baskets of winter vegetables from the root cellar, turnips and carrots and onions that have been stored since autumn harvest, still good despite months in storage. You pass servants you don't know well, new arrivals or people whose work doesn't overlap with yours, and you exchange nods of acknowledgement, the universal gesture of workers recognising each other's efforts. There's a sense of shared purpose today, everyone aware that tonight's celebration will require extra effort from everyone, that the solstice is important enough to justify the additional work. The afternoon wears on, the sun beginning its descent toward the western mountains, the light taking on the golden quality of late afternoon in winter, everything seeming to glow with warmth even as the temperature drops noticeably as solar heating decreases. The shadows lengthen, stretching across the valley, the low angle of winter sun creating dramatic contrasts between light and shadow. You've made perhaps 25 trips by now, your arms tired, your legs feeling the accumulated strain of walking and pushing loaded carts, but the work is nearly done, just a few more hearths to stock, and then you can rest briefly before the evening rounds begin. Your hands are rough from handling wood, your clothes are covered in bark fragments and wood, dust, and you smell like forest and smoke, the accumulated scent of hours spent with firewood. The final loads are for the guest chambers and the dining hall, smaller quantities for the individual rooms, larger amounts for the communal spaces. You work steadily, not rushing but not dawdling either, maintaining the pace that experience has taught you is sustainable for extended periods, fast enough to make progress, but not so fast that you exhaust yourself before the work is complete. By the time you finish stocking all 37 locations, the sun is touching the western mountains, the sky beginning to show the colours of sunset, and you're thoroughly tired, ready for the brief rest you'll allow yourself before the evening rounds begin. You return the cart to its storage spot, checking that it's positioned properly, that the wheels are chocked so it won't roll, that everything is secured for the night. The walk back to your quarters feels longer than usual, your tired legs protesting the additional distance, but you make it without incident, letting yourself into your small room with relief. The fire you built before beginning the wood preparation has burned down to coals, and you rebuild it quickly, adding wood to warm the space while you rest. You wash again, this time more thoroughly, stripping off the dusty clothes and cleaning yourself with water and soap, removing the accumulated grime of afternoon labour. The water is cold, but the vigorous washing generates heat through friction, and by the time you finish you feel cleaner and more refreshed, ready for the evening's work, even though you're tired. You put on your better work clothes again, the ones you wore this morning, wanting to be relatively presentable for the evening rounds, when there will be more people visible, when your work will be more public than it was during the afternoon's solitary wood hauling. The clean clothes feel good against freshly washed skin, and you take a moment to comb your hair to make yourself look like someone who takes pride in their appearance, even when doing humble work. The rest period before evening rounds is brief, perhaps 30 minutes of sitting in your chair watching the fire, but it's enough to recover some energy, to let tired muscles relax slightly, to prepare mentally for the final major round of the day. When you rise to begin the evening work, you feel ready, capable of doing what needs to be done, of building the fires that will warm the solstice celebration. The evening rounds are the most important of the day, establishing the fires that will burn through the night, providing warmth during the coldest hours when outside temperatures drop to their lowest points, creating the comfortable environment that tonight's celebration requires. You work carefully and generously, adding more wood than you might during a normal evening, building fires that will burn long and hot, ensuring that no hearth will need emergency attention during the night, when you should be either participating in the celebration or performing your midnight check. The sun has set by the time you begin, the brief winter day over, the long night begun. The sky visible through windows is deep blue shading to black, and the first stars are appearing, bright points becoming visible as the daylight fades. The stars do seem brighter than usual, you notice, or perhaps there are more of them, the sky appearing more densely populated with light than you remember from other winter nights. The Eastern Guest Hall is your first stop, as always, and the routine proceeds with the familiar efficiency of long practice. But you build the fires larger tonight, adding extra logs to the normal load, creating flames that rise higher and burn hotter than your usual evening work. The fires need to last through the celebration and well into the night, providing consistent warmth for hours without attention, and you ensure they'll do so through generous fuel supply and careful construction. The guest halls are busier now than they were during the midday rounds, people gathering before the evening meal, and the solstice observances that will follow. Conversations fill the rooms, laughter and music mixing with the crackle of the fires you're building, the social life of Rivendell in full flow. You work around the occupants, your presence barely noticed, just the fire tender doing his routine work, invisible in the way that service workers often become invisible to those they serve. The library receives its careful, moderate fires, the books requiring the same consistent, gentle heat, regardless of whether tonight is special or ordinary. The scholars working there barely glance up when you enter, absorbed in their studies, and you tend the fires silently, maintaining the conditions that protect irreplaceable volumes while providing adequate comfort for reading. The Hall of Fire is already filling when you arrive for the evening rounds, earlier than you expected, elves gathering in anticipation of the celebration that will begin soon. The musicians are setting up, arranging their instruments, tuning strings and testing drums, filling the hall with fragments of sound that suggest the music to come, without yet creating coherent melodies. You tend the great hearth while this preparation happens around you, and the work takes on different quality with the activity and anticipation surrounding you. The hall feels alive in ways it doesn't during ordinary evenings. Charged with expectation, the elves clearly excited about what's coming, their usually reserved demeanour giving way to more open expressions of enthusiasm. The fire you build is magnificent, using the abundance of wood you stocked this afternoon, adding 8 large logs instead of the usual 6, creating a blaze that fills the enormous hearth opening with flames, that produces heat you can feel from 30 feet away, that lights the entire hall with dancing golden light. The fire roars with the sound of substantial wood burning completely, consuming oxygen and fuel in the rapid oxidation that produces flame and heat. One of the musicians pauses between tuning his harp strings to call out to you, his voice friendly and carrying easily across the hall. "Your fire is always perfect when we gather," he says, loud enough for others nearby to hear. "The warmth is part of what makes this hall welcoming, what makes our music possible. Cold fingers don't play well, you know. Your work is noticed and appreciated, fire tender." The public acknowledgement is unexpected and somewhat embarrassing, bringing more attention to you than you're comfortable with, and you feel heat rising in your face that has nothing to do with proximity to flames. You nod your thanks, not trusting yourself to speak appropriately in front of the assembled elves, and you finish your work quickly, leaving the hall with the sound of resumed tuning and conversation following you into the corridor. The guest chambers receive their evening attention, each fire built generously, each room prepared for a cold night. The dwarf thanks you again, as he has every time you've tended his fire during his week-long visit, his gratitude seemingly genuine despite the repetition. An elven family with young children watches you work with interest, the children fascinated by the poker and the flames, and the way you build the fire, their parents smiling at their curiosity. The dining hall is setting up for what will apparently be a larger evening meal than usual. The tables being arranged differently, more places being set, decorations being added that aren't usually present. You tend the 4 hearths while this preparation continues around you, building fires that will keep the large room comfortable during the extended meal. Mara emerges from the kitchen as you're finishing the last hearth, and she calls you over with a gesture, her expression suggesting she has something to tell you. You approach, wondering what she needs, and she hands you a small wrapped package, warm to the touch. "For later," she says, her voice warm. "Honey cakes and some cold meat and cheese. You'll be working through dinner, doing your rounds, and you'll need to eat. Tuck this somewhere safe and have it when you get hungry. Can't have our fire tender collapsing from hunger during the celebration." The kindness touches you, the thoughtfulness of anticipating your needs and providing for them without being asked. You thank her genuinely, meaning it, and she waves off the thanks with a smile, returning to her kitchen where she has her own demanding work to complete before the celebration begins. By the time you complete the evening rounds, full dark has fallen, the winter night having advanced to the point where stars are fully visible, brilliant against the black sky. All 37 hearths are burning well, all fires built generously, all spaces warm and ready for the long night ahead. The satisfaction you feel is profound, a sense of having done important work well, of having fulfilled your responsibilities thoroughly and professionally. You return to your quarters one last time before the celebration, planning to make yourself as presentable as possible for attending the gathering. You're invited, Elrond having made clear that all who dwell in Rivendell are welcome in the Hall of Fire tonight, and you've decided to accept the invitation to witness the solstice observance and the celestial event that has the elves so excited. You wash thoroughly, changing into your cleanest clothes, combing your hair carefully, making an effort at presentability that goes beyond your usual minimal attention to appearance. The clothes are still plain, still the practical garments of a working person, nothing like the beautiful fabrics the elves wear, but they're clean and neat, and that seems sufficient. The walk back to the Hall of Fire takes you through corridors that are now bright with lamplight, every sconce lit, every lantern burning, Rivendell at its most beautiful and welcoming. The light reflects off polished wood and painted walls, creating atmosphere that feels both festive and serene, excited but controlled. The particular quality that elven celebrations achieve. You pass other people heading in the same direction, a mix of elves and mortal visitors, everyone dressed in their best, everyone moving with the purposeful casualness of people gathering for an anticipated event. There's conversation and laughter, greetings exchanged between people who know each other, the social warmth of community coming together. The Hall of Fire is transformed when you enter. The space that you saw empty this morning, now filled with people and light and music. Every lamp is lit, every candle burning, and the great hearth that you tended just an hour ago is blazing magnificently. The enormous fire you built, reaching toward the ceiling, filling the massive hearth opening with flames that dance and roar and throw heat across the entire vast room. The light is extraordinary, you think. Perhaps 100 candles and lamps adding their smaller flames to the great fire's contribution, creating illumination that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. Golden light that makes faces glow and fabrics shimmer, and the entire space feel warm and alive in ways that go beyond just temperature. The room is warm, almost hot, the combination of the massive fire and the body heat of perhaps 100 people creating temperature that makes you immediately glad you wore lighter clothing rather than heavy winter layers. The air shimmers slightly with the heat, visible as subtle distortions where hot air rises from the fire and from the many candle flames, and faces glow with warmth and with the reflected light of flames. People are arranged throughout the room in informal groupings, some sitting in the chairs and on the benches, others standing in conversational clusters, everyone dressed in fine clothing that shows the occasion's importance. The elves wear garments in rich colours, fabrics that seem to capture light and hold it, blues and greens, and deep reds that are more vivid than any dyes you've seen in mortal-made cloth. The fabrics move differently than normal cloth, flowing like water, draping in ways that suggest magical enhancement, or perhaps just extraordinary craftsmanship. The mortal guests are dressed in their best as well, velvets and fine wools, embroidered shirts and carefully pressed trousers, everyone having made an effort to honour the occasion through their appearance. You feel slightly underdressed in your plain work clothes, despite their cleanliness, but you remind yourself that you were invited as you are, that your work is valued even if your wardrobe is humble. You find a place at the back of the hall, standing rather than sitting, not wanting to take a seat that might be wanted by someone else, content to observe from the periphery rather than pushing toward the centre. From here you can see everything. The great hearth with its magnificent fire that you built, the musicians arranged in a semicircle with their various instruments, the assembled elves and mortals, the tapestries and paintings lit by flame light, the vaulted ceiling rising overhead. The musicians begin playing, not the fragments and tuning sounds you heard earlier, but coherent music now, melodies woven together in patterns that seem impossible, harmonies that make your chest tighten with emotions you can't quite name. There are harps and lyres, flutes and fiddles, drums providing subtle rhythm, bells adding bright accents, all of it coming together into sound that's both complex and natural, difficult but sounding effortless. The music is different from what you're used to, shaped by sensibilities and traditions that go back thousands of years, but it's beautiful even to your mortal ears, even without understanding all the cultural context and historical references that probably make it more meaningful to the elves. There are slow, stately pieces that feel ancient, carrying weight of deep time. There are livelier songs that make people smile and move slightly, tapping feet or swaying gently. There are melodies that sound sad despite their beauty, acknowledging loss and endings even in the context of celebration. The music continues for a long time, different performers taking turns, some playing solo pieces that showcase individual skill, others joining in ensemble arrangements that demonstrate the power of many voices working together. The elves sing as well, their voices adding another layer to the instrumental music, words in Sindarin and Quenya creating meaning you can't understand but can feel, the emotion clear even when the language is foreign. You stand and listen, feeling the warmth from the great hearth on your back, watching the flames you built and tended, surrounded by people celebrating in ways both alien and familiar. The alienness is in the elven perspective. The way they mark time and significance, their songs referencing events and people from centuries or millennia ago as if they were recent. The familiarity is in the basic human need to gather, to share music and food and companionship, to mark important moments with community and ritual. Food is circulated on trays carried by servants, small elegant items that you don't recognise but that look and smell delicious. You accept some when a tray passes near you. Little cakes with honey and nuts, small pastries filled with fruit preserves, things that are sweet and rich and carefully made. The honey cakes remind you of Mara's baking, and you think fondly of her kindness in making sure you'd be fed, despite missing dinner. Wine is offered as well, in cups of glass and silver, and you accept gratefully. The wine is sweet and spiced, warmed somehow, perfect for a winter night. You sip it slowly, letting the warmth spread through your body, feeling the alcohol create pleasant relaxation in muscles that have been working since before dawn, that are genuinely tired after 16 hours of physical labour. As midnight approaches, the music quiets gradually, and Elrond stands to speak. The hall falls silent immediately, all conversation ceasing, everyone turning to face him with the attention that his presence commands naturally. He's dressed more formally than usual, in robes of deep blue that seem to capture starlight in their folds, and despite his eternal appearance, he radiates authority that comes from millennia of leadership and wisdom. His voice when he speaks is clear and resonant, carrying easily through the large space without shouting, the kind of voice that makes listening easy and natural. He speaks of the turning of the year, of the longest night giving way tomorrow to the gradual return of light, of the slow but inevitable progression towards spring and renewal that will culminate in months, but that begins tonight, at the moment when the winter solstice marks the turning point. He speaks of the celestial conjunction that will occur tonight, a rare alignment of stars and planets that hasn't happened in 3,000 years, visible only from certain locations on Middle-earth, and Rivendell is fortunate to be one of those locations. The conjunction is significant in ways he doesn't fully explain, speaking of portents and signs, of the way the heavens mark important moments in the unfolding of ages. He speaks of hope and endurance, of the way light persists even in the darkest times, of the importance of maintaining beauty and goodness in a world that often seems to favour neither. The words are not naive optimism, but hard-earned wisdom, coming from someone who has lived through darkness, literal and metaphorical, who has seen evil rise and fall and rise again, who knows that hope requires work and vigilance to maintain. He speaks of hospitality and welcome, of Rivendell's role as a refuge for all who come here, seeking shelter from the troubles of the world, of the commitment to providing comfort and safety to elves and mortals alike, to maintaining this place as a sanctuary where beauty and knowledge and peace can flourish. The words resonate with you, thinking of your own arrival 3 years ago, the welcome you received, the work you were offered, the home you found here. And he speaks of gratitude, thanking all those who work to maintain this place, whose labour makes comfort and beauty possible, whose efforts often go unnoticed but are essential nonetheless. He doesn't name individuals, but his words clearly include people like you, the servants and workers who keep Rivendell functioning, and you feel seen and appreciated in ways that are rare and meaningful. The speech is not long, perhaps 10 minutes, but it's spoken with sincerity that makes even the parts you don't fully understand feel significant and important. When he finishes, there's a moment of silence, and then he invites everyone to come outside to the main courtyard, where the view of the sky is unobstructed, where they can witness the stars together, where the celestial event will be visible in its full glory. The hall empties slowly, people moving in casual groups, conversation resuming as the formal moment passes, everyone making their way toward the exits that lead to the courtyard. You follow with the crowd, putting on your vest against the outdoor cold that you know will be intense after the warmth of the hall. joining the stream of people, making their way through corridors and downstairs toward the open space where the sky can be seen. The cold hits you immediately when you step outside, breath becoming visible, the temperature having dropped significantly since sunset, as winter nights do, the air now well below freezing. The courtyard's flagstones radiate cold upward through your boots, even through the thick leather soles, and you're glad for the wool socks and the quality construction that provides insulation. But the discomfort is minor, easily tolerated, and you find yourself almost welcoming the cold after the intense heat of the Hall of Fire, your body adjusting to the temperature change with the resilience of someone who works outdoors regularly. You find a spot near one of the pillars that support the covered walkway around the courtyard's edge, a position that's out of the main flow of people, but that provides a clear view of the eastern sky where the event is expected to occur. The sky is spectacular, cloudless and black, stars scattered across it in profusion that seems impossible if you're used to cities or other places with competing light sources. Here in the mountain valley, with minimal artificial light, and air so clear and cold it seems to magnify the star's brightness. The night sky is almost overwhelming in its beauty and its vast scale. The stars are brilliant, bright enough to cast faint shadows, and the Milky Way is visible as a glowing river across the heavens, so dense with stars that individual points are difficult to distinguish, the accumulated light of billions of distant suns creating a luminous band. You've never seen stars like this before coming to Rivendell, have never been in a place dark enough and clear enough to see the sky in its full glory, and even after 3 years, you're still sometimes struck by the beauty. The elves arrange themselves across the courtyard, some standing alone, others in small groups, all facing east toward the mountains that are barely visible as darker shapes against the dark sky. The conversations fade to silence, and everyone waits, watching the stars, anticipating something you don't fully understand, but that clearly matters to everyone present. At first, nothing seems to happen. The stars remain fixed in their familiar positions, beautiful but static, the same patterns you've seen on every clear night since coming to Rivendell. You begin to wonder if perhaps the event requires elven vision to perceive, if your mortal eyes simply aren't capable of detecting whatever change is occurring, if you'll be left out of this experience despite being physically present. But then slowly, subtly, you notice something. The stars in the eastern sky, the ones just above the mountains, seem to be moving. Not moving in the way stars normally move through the night, the slow rotation driven by the Earth's turning, but moving downward, descending toward the horizon, as if they're falling from the sky, as if gravity is pulling them toward the Earth. The effect is strange and beautiful, and slightly unsettling, your mind struggling to reconcile what you're seeing with what you know about how the cosmos works. It's clearly an optical illusion. You understand that intellectually, something about the conjunction of planets and stars creating an effect that makes it appear as if the stars themselves are coming closer, descending through the heavens toward the world below. But knowing it's an illusion doesn't make it less affecting or less beautiful. More stars begin to descend, not just in the east but spreading across the entire visible sky, and for perhaps 20 minutes, it truly does look like the stars are falling, like the ceiling of the world is coming down in slow, gentle motion, like the boundary between heaven and earth is dissolving. The movement is gradual, graceful, the stars maintaining their relative positions to each other as they descend, entire constellations sinking toward the horizon together. The effect creates a sense of the cosmos being in motion, of the heavens being dynamic rather than fixed, of the universe being alive and responsive rather than static and unchanging. You find yourself staring upward until your neck aches, unable to look away from the impossible sight of stars, apparently defying their nature, moving when they should be fixed, falling when they should remain eternal and distant. Around you, the elves watch in silence, their faces, turned upward, expressions of wonder and recognition, showing that they understand significance you can only guess at, that they're seeing meaning in this celestial dance that goes beyond mere visual beauty. Some of the elves are crying, you notice, tears running down faces that are usually composed and serene, emotion breaking through the reserve that generally characterizes elven demeanor. The sight is moving, seeing these ancient beings who have lived for centuries or millennia moved to tears by the stars' apparent motion. Whatever this event means to them, clearly, profound and deeply felt. And then as slowly as they descended, the stars begin to rise again, returning to their proper positions, the sky settling back into familiar patterns. The effect reverses, the illusion ending, and within a few minutes the stars are back where they belong, distant and fixed and eternal. The cosmos returned to its normal state. When it's over, when the last star has returned to its place, the elves begin to sing. The song starts with just a few voices, tentative at first, then more join in, and within moments, the entire assembly is singing, perhaps 100 voices blending in harmonies that seem to make the very air vibrate, that create sound so beautiful it transcends language and cultural difference. The song is in Sindarin, you think, recognizing some of the phonemes and rhythms, though you can't understand the words. But the emotion is clear, even without comprehension. The meaning conveyed through melody and harmony, and the way voices work together to create something greater than any individual contribution. It's a song of hope and renewal, of light returning after darkness, of the continuity of beauty in a changing world. It's a song of gratitude and wonder, acknowledging the gift of witnessing something rare and significant. It's a song of community and shared experience, binding together all who sing it in common purpose and common joy. You stand and listen, not singing because you don't know the words, and your voice would add nothing to the perfection of the elven harmonies, but present nonetheless, part of the gathering even if not part of the performance. Tears prick at your eyes, surprising you, your response to the beauty and to the realization that you're witnessing something significant, something that will be remembered and spoken of for years, possibly for centuries, that you're present at a moment that has meaning beyond your understanding. The song continues for several minutes, the harmonies building and developing, different voices taking lead at different times, the whole creating patterns of sound that seem to tell story even without understanding the language. When it finally ends, fading into silence that feels heavy with meaning, you have to wipe your eyes, the tears having escaped despite your efforts to contain them. The silence lasts for a long moment, everyone seeming reluctant to break it, to move from this suspended state of shared wonder back into normal activity. But gradually people begin to stir, the spell breaking, conversations resuming in quiet voices, the assembly beginning to disperse. Some elves return to the Hall of Fire where the celebration will continue. Others wander the gardens or the walkways, talking quietly in small groups, processing what they've witnessed. The courtyard slowly empties, people drifting away, returning to warmth and light and continued celebration. You remain for a few minutes longer, looking at the sky that has returned to normal, the stars now in their familiar positions, bright and distant and beautiful in their eternal patterns. The cold is beginning to penetrate through your clothes, your feet are getting genuinely cold through your boots, and you realize you need to move, to return to warmth before the cold becomes dangerous, rather than just uncomfortable. You make your way back to the Hall of Fire, where music has resumed and people are eating the honey cakes and drinking the mulled wine, continuing the celebration in quieter form now that the celestial event has passed. The hall is warm after the outdoor cold, almost overwhelmingly warm, and you shed your vest again, finding a spot near the great hearth where you can warm yourself thoroughly. Someone offers you more wine, and you accept it gratefully, the warm spiced liquid helping to thaw your cold fingers and toes, spreading heat through your body more effectively than passive warming from the fire alone. You drink it slowly, standing by the fire you built hours ago, and that's still burning strong, watching the celebration continue around you. The music is softer now, more contemplative, less formal than the earlier performances. People sit in small groups having quiet conversations, eating and drinking, enjoying the warmth and companionship. The atmosphere is peaceful, content, the excitement of the Starfall having given way to calmer satisfaction. The kind of mood that follows intense experience, the gentle come-down from heightened emotion. You stay for perhaps an hour, long enough to warm thoroughly, long enough to feel part of the celebration, even though you don't participate actively in conversations or singing. Long enough to eat some of the food Mara packed for you, the honey cakes and cold meat and cheese that taste especially good after the evening's exertions. Long enough to feel satisfied that you've witnessed something important, that your presence at the solstice celebration was meaningful even if your role was peripheral. But eventually, fatigue pulls at you. The accumulated tiredness of having been awake for nearly 20 hours, active for most of them, working physically, demanding labour that has left your body genuinely exhausted. You've been maintaining energy through will and through the excitement of the celebration, but now the adrenaline is fading and the tiredness is making itself known in ways that can't be ignored much longer. But you have one more round of duties before you can rest. The midnight check is required, a quick circuit of all the hearths to ensure none have died unexpectedly, to add wood where necessary, to verify that warmth is being maintained throughout the night. The check won't take long, perhaps an hour of walking and quick assessments, but it needs to be done before you can finally sleep. You leave the Hall of Fire quietly, slipping out while the celebration continues, your departure unnoticed in the general activity and conversation. The corridors outside are cool after the heat of the hall, the temperature change welcome, and you retrieve your lantern from your quarters even though there are lamps burning throughout Rivendell tonight. The small focused light of your lantern easier to work by than the diffuse glow of wall sconces. The midnight check is methodical and routine, walking the familiar route one more time, looking at each hearth with experienced eyes that can quickly assess whether intervention is needed. Most of the fires are burning well, your evening work having been thorough, the generous amounts of wood you added sustaining flames that will last until morning without additional attention. But a few hearths need help. The library fires have burned lower than ideal, the moderate temperature you maintain there requiring careful balance, and you rebuild them slightly, adding small amounts of carefully selected wood, bringing them back to the gentle, consistent heat that protects the books. One of the guest chamber fires has nearly gone out, burned down to barely glowing coals, and you work quickly to save it, stirring the coals to consolidate what heat remains, adding kindling generously, blowing gently to encourage ignition, coaxing flames back to life before the room gets dangerously cold. The fire responds to your attention, catching and growing, and within a few minutes you have it burning adequately again, crisis averted through timely intervention. The Hall of Fire's great hearth is still magnificent, the enormous fire you built at sunset still burning strong, the large logs you added then consumed only partially, still providing substantial fuel for hours more burning. You add 2 more logs anyway, insurance against any possibility of the continuous flame dying during the remainder of the night, maintaining the tradition that has endured for 600 years. The dining hall fires are burning well, the 4 hearths providing adequate warmth for the large space. The eastern guest hall fires are perfect, exactly as you left them hours ago, burning steadily and reliably. The guest chambers present the usual mix of adequate and needs attention, and you address the ones that need help, ensuring everyone will wake to warmth regardless of how their particular fire has behaved during the night. By the time you finish the midnight check, you're thoroughly tired, fatigue pulling at you in ways that make concentration difficult, that make your movements slightly clumsy, that signal your body's urgent need for rest. You've been awake for 21 hours, active for most of them, and sleep is no longer optional but necessary, your body insisting on the recovery that only rest can provide. Your quarters are cool when you return, your fire having burned down during your absence, but you rebuild it one last time, the final fire of a very long day. You watch the flames catch and grow, making sure the fire is well established, providing warmth that will last through what remains of the night while you sleep. You prepare for bed with slow movements, exhaustion making even simple tasks feel difficult. You wash briefly, stripping off clothes that smell of smoke and sweat, cleaning yourself just enough to feel acceptable, not bothering with the thoroughness you'd normally prefer, too tired to care about perfection. You put on sleep clothes, soft worn fabric that feels good against tired skin, and you look at your bed with longing that's almost desperate. The bed looks extraordinarily inviting, the wool blankets promising warmth and comfort, and you slide under them with a sigh of profound relief, feeling their weight settle across your tired body, feeling the accumulated warmth from the fire beginning to make the bed cozy and comfortable. Through your window, you can see stars, normal now, no longer falling, just distant points of light in the winter dark. The sound of music from the Hall of Fire is faint but still audible, carried through corridors and through your closed door, a reminder that the celebration continues even as you rest. The elves will likely continue singing and celebrating until dawn, their need for sleep being different from yours, but you're mortal and you need rest, and there's no shame in acknowledging your body's limitations. Your body relaxes gradually, the aches of the long day fading into generalized tiredness that makes sleep feel inevitable and welcome. Your breathing slows, your mind stops its constant activity, and you drift toward unconsciousness, toward the rest you've earned through faithful labor that began before dawn and that extended through the day and into the night. Your last conscious thought is gratitude, not directed at anything specific, but just a general sense of thankfulness for this life, this work, this place that has become your home. You've tended the fires of Rivendell on the winter solstice, maintained warmth through the longest night, contributed your labour to something beautiful and meaningful that will be remembered by those who witnessed it. Tomorrow you'll wake and do it all again, the cycle continuing, the work ongoing, but for now you rest, having done what needed to be done, having fulfilled your responsibilities thoroughly and well. With the fires burning steady through Rivendell's longest night, with the celebration of Starfall complete, and the year turning back toward light, you settle into your familiar bed and let your eyes close. The last homely house is warm because of fires you tended with your own hands, bright because of work you did faithfully, comfortable because you showed up before dawn and laboured through the hours without complaint or need for recognition. The hearths will burn through what remains of the night, glowing embers holding heat that will make morning more bearable, waiting to be rebuilt when you wake before dawn to begin again. The elves will continue their celebration, marking time in their particular way, singing songs that reference events you can barely imagine, honouring traditions that stretch back beyond mortal memory. And dawn will find everything warm and ready, the cycle beginning anew, the work continuing as it always has. You too may rest now. The stars have fallen and risen again, returning to their eternal patterns, and the longest night is giving way to the slow return of light. The fires you built and tended and rebuilt will keep their watch while you sleep, maintaining warmth in the last homely house, holding back the winter cold, providing comfort to all who dwell here or who have come seeking refuge from the troubles of the world beyond this valley. May your dreams be as steady as the flames you tend each morning, as warm as the hearths you maintain with practiced skill, as enduring as the fire that has burned in the Hall of Fire for 6 centuries. May peace settle over your mind like falling snow on ancient stone, soft and quiet and complete. May you rest well, faithful keeper of warmth, tender of fires, servant of comfort in Rivendell. The work you do is simple but essential, routine but meaningful, humble but worthy of honour. You are the fire tender of the last homely house, and your labour makes possible the beauty and comfort that others experience without always knowing how it's sustained. The fires burn because you tend them, the warmth persists because you maintain it, the comfort continues because you show up, day after day, year after year, doing work that rarely receives acknowledgement but that matters profoundly. Rest, tender of Rivendell's hearths. Good night, keeper of the continuous flame. Good night, worker whose hands ensure that the last homely house remains welcoming and warm. May your rest be deep and restorative. May your sleep be peaceful and dreamless. May tomorrow find you ready to begin again. The work that gives your life meaning and purpose. The longest night is ending. The year is turning. And the fires you tended burn on, through the darkness, holding light and warmth against the winter cold, maintaining the hospitality that makes Rivendell what it is. Good night.